focus on the top, get better by every hour. All of this fighting and fighting is heavy. Cutting back the fear like we a gang of machetes. Chop, chop.
We see a challenge, we smile. We got confidence for miles. You know we battle in style. Booyah, let's break up the top.
Call me a dreamer cause I'm a believer in doing the best. I never sleep cause I don't need the rest. Nah, I know it seems easy cause I got my team with me. We all together and we coming for that victory.
Survivors. Hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hey, right here, right now. Take your place, celebrate, go out. Hit me like boom, 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 boom. We don't wait for anything, we take it. When we make it out, we celebrate it. Whatever the situation, we'll overcome it. We'll stand the face of how we wanna run it. Break the limit to reality. One ain't real, creating a space where everyone's free to feel. We ain't afraid, we are the brave. We can play, this is a place where all are heard. You know the squad, we ain't never gonna stop. Just a fire to inspire, we know this is who we are. Survivors, con permiso.
We are the dreamers, the daring believers. We march to a different drum. Everything's waiting, it's ours for the taking. United, we've already won. Hope for one and one for all. Stand up and heed the call. Never divided, the world is invited. You're welcome to join in the fun. And we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, let 'em know this is on. No matter what, and we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up.
Hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hey, right here, right now. Take your place, celebrate, go out. Hit me like boom, 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 boom.
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling, fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it once, not the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it once, not the stakes are too high. This is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame,
fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We were heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. Come on. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We were heroes. Come on. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of life. We were heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line, everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in, I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level all in, two times we ain't gonna stall in, three times like a loaded and we ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot stars. In a battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they
When we make it out, we celebrate it. Whatever the situation, we'll accommodate. We'll stand the phase of how we wanna run it. Break the limit to reality. One ain't real, creating a space where everyone's free to feel. We ain't afraid, we are the brave. We can play, this is a place where all are heard. You know the squad, we ain't never gonna stop. Just a fire to inspire, we know this is who we are. Survivors, con permiso.
We are the dreamers, the daring believers. We march to a different drum. Everything's waiting, it's ours for the taking. United, we've already won. Hope for one and one for all. Stand up and heed the call. Never divided, the world is invited. You're welcome to join in the fun. And we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, let them know this is on. No matter what, and we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hit me like right here, right now. Take your place, celebrate, go out. Hit me like
รู้ไหมว่ารสชาติที่ดีที่สุดในโลกคืออะไรชัยชนะไงชัยชนะคือรสชาติที่ดีที่สุดในโลกถ้าเคยได้ลองชิมแล้วเราก็อยากได้มันเพิ่มเพราะเป็นความรู้สึกที่ก็สมัยที่ทำไร่นะครับก็ตื่น6 โมงตี 5ประมาณนี้ครับก็เหนื่อยครับผมรู้สึกเหนื่อยมากการทำไร่ทำสวนมันทำให้เหนื่อยทั้งกายและใจทั้งแดดร้อนจำได้ว่าโคตรเจ็บมากผมไม่เข้าใจว่าทำไมผมไม่เหมือนในคนอื่นที่แบบเขาสบายมีชีวิตที่ดีกว่าก็ตอนนั้นก็ตัวผมนี่ดำเลยครับเหมือนเป็นเด็กสกปรกคนหนึ่งเลยครับแล้วทุกวันมันก็เหมือนเดิมซ้ำไปซ้ำมาและมีวินัยมากขึ้นแต่ว่าเงินที่ได้จากทำไร่ทำสวนมันก็ไม่ได้มากผมเลยต้องการเปลี่ยนแปลงมีคนไม่มากที่เชื่อในความฝันที่จะเป็นนักเล่นเกมมืออาชีพแต่ถ้าเรามีความฝันแล้วจงอย่าไปฟังเสียงรอบข้างเราก็เริ่มตั้งใจเริ่มเชื่อมั่นผมเก่งในเกมฟรีไฟร์มากขึ้นเรื่อยๆทำให้มีคนเชื่อใจผมและโอกาสที่ผมจะได้แข่งชิงแชมป์โลกก็ยิ่งใกล้ขึ้นเช่นกันทุ่มเททุกอย่างเพื่อแต่ทันใดนั้นชีวิตผมก็เปลี่ยนไปผมกังวลมากเมื่อผมจะรู้ว่าผมจะได้เป็นพ่อคน แต่เราก็ตั้งแต่วันที่ได้เห็นหน้าลูกนะครับ มันก็เป็นความรักที่แบบว่าไม่เคยรู้สึกให้ใครมาก่อนครับ ผมกำลังใช้ชีวิตเพื่อคนคนหนึ่งและตอนนี้ผมอยากจะชนะเพื่อครอบครัวของผม ผมเรียนรู้ที่จะรักครอบครัวของผม รักทีมของผม รักทุกคนที่สนับสนุนผม ผมกลายเป็นคนมุ่งมั่นกับการฝึกซ้อมอย่างมาก ก็ในการที่พวกผมซ้อมกันมาอย่างหนัก มันทำให้ผมรู้ว่าพวกผมเป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดในโลกครับ ด้วยแรงซัพพอร์ตจากทีมและครอบครัวพวกเราเลยทำได้ ในที่สุดผมก็เป็นแชมป์โลก หลายคนสงสัยในตัวผมมาทั้งชีวิต แต่ผมไม่ยอมแพ้ เพื่อจะพิสูจน์ ถ้าอยากจะทำตามความฝันเราก็ต้องทุ่มเทให้สุดตัวครับ เท่าที่เราจะทำได้ แม้ว่าพวกเราจะชนะแชมป์โลกได้แล้ว แต่การเดินทางของผมมันเหมือนเพิ่งเริ่มต้น
Jogo não dava futuro. Tipo, minha mãe sempre falou que jogar não dava futuro.
Dolorido por ali, olha o Cias. Granador novamente pra cima do Cias.
E eu consegui provar o contrário pra ela.
Muito bem jogado nesse instante.
Teve um certo dia que eu tive uma conversa com ela e falei pra ela: eu vou querer seguir uma carreira profissional de jogo. E a senhora sabe que eu sempre gostei de jogo e esse é meu sonho. Eu nunca me imaginei estar onde eu tô hoje. Eu vim de cidade muito pequena. Minha cidade tinha o quê? 20 mil habitantes. E ano passado, eu tomei uma decisão muito difícil, porque eu saí da minha casa, que eu moro no Ceará. Eu vim aqui pra São Paulo pra seguir minha vida como profissional. Mas foi algo muito... Foi uma mudança muito radical pra mim. E uma pessoa que, tipo, realmente me ajudou foi o K9. Eu considero um pai pra mim. Foi ele que me deu minha primeira oportunidade. Sem ele, não teria ganhado nada disso. Tantas coisas aconteceram nessa temporada, tipo, nesse ano. Olha os prêmios que eu ganhei. Vou fazer uma recapitulada.
Mais um colocado no chão.
LBFF 4, fui campeão. LBFF 5, eu fui MVP. Fui o brabo da galera. Que eu fui atleta revelação da maior premiação brasileira daqui do Esports. Quando eu fui pra casa, depois do Mundial, eu fiz uma pausa e me deitei pra descansar. Eu acho que eu olhei pra minha casa assim, olhei pra minha rua, ouvi meus amigos passando e comecei a lembrar de tudo. Sabe, eu sinto saudade da minha vida lá no meu sertão, porque eu moro no interior, né? Querendo ou não, moro no interior. E eu tenho muita saudade do pessoal de lá. Uma coisa que minha mãe sempre disse é que eu tenho que manter minha essência. Nunca pare de ser humilde. Ela falou que tinha feito uma promessa que se eu ganhasse o campeonato, ela me levaria para a igreja para agradecer. Enquanto eu agradecia, eu parei e pensei: obrigado, Deus, por ter me dado esse dom. Porque às vezes eu acho que eu nasci com o dom de realmente jogar. Eu acho que eu realmente nasci para jogar. ser jogador profissional sempre tem um preço, né? Que infelizmente é ficar longe da família. Eu era muito apegado à minha família, sabe? Mas sou muito grato por ter chegado aqui e por todos que me acompanharam até essa caminhada, tá ligado? Eu acho que sem essas pessoas eu não seria nada, sabe? Tipo, relembrando tudo isso, me dá muita fome de realizar um último sonho. Que eu acho que é o meu foco principal de todos esses anos que eu joguei. O sonho de ser campeão mundial.
Alright, survivors, welcome to Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. After a long weekend, we have went through the play-ins and now we are finally here to the grand finals. We are all stoked and ready to see what all of these teams are ready for. But before we even jump on to the whole narrative behind of us, we gotta talk about the play-ins team. I believe that the first thing that we gotta talk about is Echo Esports.
Echo Esports was #1. This was a team that came in from the bottom all the way up. From the last World Series, they played in 14 different events. The most of any team in this Grand Finals right now. They won 7 of them. These are from Tier 4 to Tier 1 tournaments. This is a team that's ready. They've got a ton of experience, and it's all on the back of Duts. They were amazing in the play-ins, and they ended up being first because of that. But who came in second place?
Well, when it comes down to second place, we gotta have to talk about Attack All Around, right? They have been doing things really amazing so far, and they definitely did not disappoint us at all. When it comes down to last year's Free Fire World Series, well, their performance wasn't really that much on par, but before that World Series, they only had one major event to their name. Ever since they dropped out from that World Series event, they have competed for many other tournaments from that point on. They have been grinding and they have been doing whatever that they can. And today, here in the Free Fire World Series, they made it through the play-ins and now in the Grand Finals.
And Vivo KEYD was 3rd place. This is a team from Liga Brasilia. They had to go all the way from the bottom, all the way just to get it into the Liga Brasilia finals. They ended up in 12th place. They barely snuck in. They got themselves into that grand finals. They ended up getting 3 booyahs, 2 booyahs in the very end, and they snuck into the play-ins. And in the play-ins, they got 3rd place, proving that they actually belonged in the World Series. They're here and they're happy to be here, but let's talk about the 4th place team in V-Game.
Well, for V Gaming, they have definitely shown us what is definitely impossible, or rather, what is definitely possible for them. Because when it comes down to V Gaming, they have showed their tenacity. They went through all their hard stuff, they went through the difficult stuff, and now they are basically in the Grand Finals. They showed us what it is like to play with their big shots. And I gotta have to say, when it comes down to Tana as well as Dark Love, they bombed it. They destroyed the tournament, at least when it comes down to the play-ins. But the question is, will they be able to beat the big dogs here when it comes down to the grand finals? Because we have some crazy names out here. Let's include the Kings of the Kings. That is what we label them as, the Thailand champions of the Free Fire World Series 2021 Singapore, and that goes over to Evos Phoenix. They have showed the power and they dominated last year. They did whatever they could and they had a total of 4 booyahs to their name. Will they be able to do the same thing this year? We're gonna have to check out.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. And Loud was actually in the 2nd place. There's no way you catch up when, you know, the enemy team, or so to speak, gets 4 booyahs in that grand finals that we saw last year. But now we have Loud. This is a team that's pretty much angry. They don't want 2nd place. You know, Brazil had previously won the 2019 Free Fire World Series, and the fact that they want it back. And they're going to come in angry and they're going to be there. But remember the names Loud, Can7. These are both teams that are absolute killers on this team. You have to understand where these guys are at all points because of the fact that there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of killing between those two.
Well, I gotta say, the Brazilian region is definitely one of the hardest region to play. But not just the Brazilian region. The European region is definitely tough because it comprises so many other countries battling it out against one another. And in the end of it all, the Portuguese team, Vastomundo, came up on top and defied all competitions. And they have been the elites of the elites within the European region for time and time again. And this time, seeding their way in as the Blitzkrieg. They will be showing us their dominating performance when it comes down to their time in the Free Fire Pro League. And this is what they do. They go in your face. Blitzkrieg. Glue walls after glue walls, they are in your face and everyone will cower in fear. But will all the other teams behind us cower in fear? We gotta find out.
Okay, one team that's not going to cower in any sort of fear is going to be Evos Divine. This is a team from Indonesia, very strong team. They were actually my favorites last year.
Oh.
And the thing is that they actually kind of didn't have the greatest performance. They were in top 8, but that was pretty much it, right? They saw the brother company in Evos Phoenix. They actually ended up winning the finals. And this is one of those things where it's a lot at stake for them, right? They obviously want to do much better than that top 8 performance they had last year, but also they want to make sure that they're the better of the two Evos' teams here. We're going to have to see what happens. Mr. 05, this guy is a stone cold killer. You watch out where this guy is because he's going to make action happen. He's going to get all of his kills. You do need to be careful about him. Very strong team. I expect to see them in the top 6 at least.
Stone Cold Killer?
Yes.
How about Stone Cold Killers? Because when it comes down to Team Flash, they are not going to be stopping in any form of competition. Previously known as Burst the Sky, they have been in the world stage before. And I gotta have to say, Bio, Bloody, and Shin, they have been here before and they are here to set another statement under Team Flash. They've recruited Brian, which understandably is a veteran within the Vietnam scene, and they do have a new player called Florin. He actually is pretty darn new. He actually started his Free Fire esports career only at the start of 2022. But don't count him out. He is one of the cold-blooded killers, as we can see.
Okay, we have nothing but stone cold killers in this Free Fire World Series. Let's be honest, there's so many of them.
Pretty much
everybody is
right
scary.
now.
Everybody is something that you don't want to deal with.
Yes.
And this is the top of the top, right? We have seen hundreds of teams make their way into the Free Fire World Series. Another one that survived was the LATAM winner, and this is going to be Mineros Esports. This is a team that had a little bit of change, right? They had 2 new people, Fede and Hota. Both of these guys went in, and they're kind of new to the Free Fire World Series stage, but they're here now. And Hota, my God, this guy is an assassin. This guy you got to watch out for. They're going to do very well. This is a team that went 11th place, got themselves into the finals, very similar to Vivo KEYD. They're here now because of that, and they've got the #1 seed, and this is a team that you got to be careful. I really like Mineros Esports as my dark horse.
Dark horse. Speaking of which, well, Mineros Esports may be the dark horse to you, but in my opinion, the truest dark horse gotta have to go to Farang Esports. I'm not gonna lie, when it comes down to the MCP Major Season 3, a lot of us, the Malaysians, the Filipinos, as well as the Cambodians, we all looked at Farang and we were just like, they got first place? That does not mean that they did poorly. They actually did so well because we did not see that coming at all. They are the teams that play in the shadows of the enemies. They made sure that they creep in. They do whatever that they can to make sure that they rise up slowly but consistently. And they made sure that they get the kills, the points, the placement points, whatever it is, while no one suspects them at all. The truest dark horse is definitely them, and they shine the brightest, well, ironically, in the shadows.
Okay, now you're kind of like talking as if this team, Farang Esports, is a whole bunch of, Joe from you, right? They're a little bit of stalkers. They're kind of just hiding around. You got to be a little bit careful where these guys are. I'm a little hesitant about that. The reason why these guys were in the shadow, so to speak, is because in MCP, they had Blacklist International,
yes,
man, both very strong teams, and I thought that they were going to be the favorites,
even
and they were going to be in, and Todak as well, right? But the thing is that they surpassed everything. It's any given, like Sunday, so to speak, in this one. In this case, it happens to be Saturday, but it's one of those things where anything can happen. It's a grand finals battle royale. It's 0-0. All the kills are going to be there. But let me talk about the last team. This is going to be the Mena, the qualifier. This is going to be Wask. This is a team that, again, you talk about the shadows. Things are kind of scary. We don't know too much about them. We haven't seen other than a couple VODs here and there in some of the tournament events. So this is a team that might surprise people. They are in the shadows. and watch out for Wask.
Mr. Ali, that guy is a menace. Actually, you know what? It's not exactly Mr. Ali that is quite a menace because we are, at least for the side of Team Wask, none of them actually had experience when it comes down to the world stage, at least in the Free Fire World Series, right? But we cannot downplay them. Mr. Ali, Dowley, Abdul, Zizox, all of them were crazy. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Their chemistry is perfect. They know that they are really good at long-range battles. That is the most important thing. And when they go for long-range battles, they get someone knocked down. And when they have the numbers advantage, they rush in, kind of like a semi-blitzkrieg, like what Vastomundo does.
Yeah, but okay, that playstyle kind of goes into the fact that you might be, I would say, dependent on the map. I mean, Kalahari is one of those things where you have that long-range opportunities, right? The engagement can be played. You can play it exactly how you want. And we're going to see all three, which I'm happy to see. We're going to be playing 6 maps. It's going to be kind of crazy here. But I mean, I'm very excited to see how all the teams react to all the different maps.
Well, this is the point in time whereby we have to sit tight and wait because we have quite a show for all of you guys at home, no matter where you are. So make sure you guys hang on tight, sit tight, because we have quite a lot of content for you, starting off with the trailer of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa.
What a great move! This shot was insane! Oh, the squad is coming for them!
是时候应该要汇合了。
Gotta booyah once again!
Dare to be a hero. Hero बनने का साहस दिखाओ. Atrévete a ser un héroe. กล้าที่จะเป็นฮีโร่ Berani menjadi wira. Начни путь героя.
Mangahas maging bayani.
تجرأ لتكون بطلا. Hero হবার সাহস অর্জন করুন. 但追求做英雄.
Kahramanlığa hazır mısın?
Ouse ser un herói. Chưa là thái độ hero bane. Bản lĩnh ước định anh hùng. Berani jadi pahlawan.
have to hide this, it's more than a game. No sleep and no rest, we believe in this dream, it will come true one day. We'll be heroes. The moment has arrived. We'll fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. If I want it, and I'ma take it, and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers in ways that don't turn into celebrations. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. Come on, we will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes, we will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. I'm your host, Charmaine E, and boy, are we in for a fun time tonight. It's been a journey to get here, guys. Oh my gosh. I wish you could feel the adrenaline, you could feel the nerves, the joy, the excitement coming to you live from the Resorts World Sentosa here in Singapore. I'm Charmaine E, and I'm so happy to be your host today. And you know what? We had an amazing time leading up to this moment. We had 10 teams in the play-ins, 4 made it here today, 12 teams behind me here vying for that championship title. We have a prize pool of $2 million, and I am so excited to find out who is gonna be our MVP tonight. Who's gonna get the most points tonight? We've had cheers, we've got teams ready, everybody is ready, we're set, players are all set. It's gonna be an exciting time, a real thrilling final, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to that championship title, before we get the battle started, let's check out this finals interview.
เรื่องความประมาทครับในตอนที่แต้มเรานำเราประมาทแล้วชอบผิดพลาดซ้ำๆแบบนี้บ่อยๆครับในตอนที่แต้มเรานำเราเคยผิดพลาดเราเรียนรู้แล้วเราจะไม่มีข้อผิดพลาดอีกตอนนี้เราแข็งแกร่งครับแล้วก็แข็งแกร่งขึ้นกว่าเดิมด้วยเราพร้อมแล้วที่จะป้องกันแชมป์โลก
Eu na nossa jornada não mudaria nada porque tudo que nós batalhamos, tudo que nós fizemos serviu como ajuda e como apoio para nós hoje estarmos aqui aptos a representar a Vastomundo num campeonato mundial e eu penso que hoje tem uma equipa que está preparada para isso. O que não nos fez desistir de lutar para a tão sonhada vaga para o campeonato mundial foi ser o nosso principal sonho e ao longo desse trajeto temos sempre grandes pessoas a nos apoiar, a nunca desistirem de nós e eu acho que o que nos deixa mais felizes e orgulhosos é realmente nós conseguimos, após a terceira vez campeões, conseguimos a tão sonhada vaga e conseguimos orgulhar os nossos fãs que nunca se nos deixaram à parte.
Động lực khiến mình không bỏ cuộc là khi được thi đấu cùng đồng đội và khi giành chiến thắng cùng đồng đội thì khi đó mình mới thỏa mãn. Đương nhiên rồi, ai cũng mong muốn một lần chạm tay vào chiếc vô địch và lần này mình sẽ làm được.
Ya suatu penghormatan lah karena gue bisa wakil Indonesia lagi dan ya yang pastinya fans-fans gue juga ngarepin gue menang dan itu sebagai semangat gue di sini buat ngebuktiin kalau Indonesia bisa juara. Kalau dikasih satu hal yang buat dirubah untuk tim itu ya nggak ada sih semuanya masih sama. Yang penting mereka masih mantepin role-nya dia dan ya nggak ada yang mesti diubah lagi.
สิ่งที่ยากที่สุดสำหรับเราคือการรักษามาตรฐานของทีมเพื่อไม่ให้เราพลาดในการเข้ารอบครับถ้าอยากเปลี่ยนอะไรเหรอครับผมไม่อยากเปลี่ยนนะครับเพราะว่าทุกอย่างเราก็พร้อมทุกอย่างเราก็ดีหมดแล้วครับเราอยากไปเอาแชมป์โลกครับ
O que eu espero para essa final de mundial é que nós saia campeão porque meu time está muito confiante. A gente veio de ganhar o Campeonato Brasileiro e eu tô com a confiança lá em cima também e espero sair daqui campeão. É o que eu falo, mano, pros fãs da Loud aí, é que eu falo durante todo, desde quando eu entrei na Loud, que eu vou jogar pela camisa, vou jogar dando meu sangue, dando a minha vida até o último momento. Até a última queda aí, que se existir chance, eu vou lutar dando a vida.
And that is what the teams and the players have got to say for themselves. But for now, welcome back to us. My name is Abstract. With me here is Holler, and of course, I will have Aris join us in a while later. But all three of us will be your casters for today's games here in the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa
And I'm super excited. We've seen 5 of the teams that made it from last year's Free Fire World Series make it all the way here, attack all around, Loud, and then both of the Evos' teams as well as Burst the Sky, which are now Team Flash as well. So we have a lot of experienced teams and we have a lot of new blood, which is going to change things up here. It's all about getting that experience and playing on the world stage.
They are here to truly show the entire world and perhaps even in their own region to a certain extent that they are the best of the best. Because you wouldn't want to settle yourself as the second best, third best, or whatever it is. You are here, world stage, flew all the way into Singapore. You gotta have to show exactly what you're made of, how long you have trained for this very moment. And this is the time where you show everything and every single ace in your sleeve. And there's no time to be breathing at all because you gotta hold your breath for every single moment it counts.
It's all about holding your breath and it's all about that experience. Yes, you might not have won like last time, Evos Phoenix. I mean, they were the clear winners last year, but hey, every other team has actually gotten better, stronger, and they're definitely way more coordinated, and they're incredibly hyped up.
It is not going to be the same thing.
Of course.
Definitely not going to be the same thing like we seen in last year. Now we have such big names coming in. Man, honestly, Evos Divine, it didn't seem like they managed to get that much of a work done last year.
Yeah.
But this time, after looking at their qualifying stages, or rather their own region's dominating performance, I am not surprised to see how well they're going to be doing today, or maybe some other teams out there.
Okay, but if we're going to look at the teams that actually did made it, we have the Brazilian representative, Loud, we have Mineros Esports, Evos Phoenix from Thailand, Team Flash from Vietnam, Evos Divine from Indonesia, and Vastomundo from Europe. They made it all the way here, as well as the other 6 teams.
Well, we're gonna have to take a look at Wask that will be representing the Middle East and North Africa. Farang Esports representing the Malaysia, Cambodia, and the Philippines region. Echo Esports that will be representing the Indonesia region. Attack All Around representing the Thailand region. Vivo KEYD representing the Brazilian region. And V Gaming representing the Vietnam region.
And I'm happy to see all of them. Even the play-in teams, all of those are killers. Those are scary teams that no one really wants to play against. Yes, they had a bigger brother, so to speak, that actually got automatically qualified into it. But if we're going to look at the prize pool of this Free Fire World Series, absolute monster. First place, $500,000, $500,000. Second place with $250,000. Third place with $100,000, as well as fourth place. But fifth place is,
well, completely bonkers. Even though they may be finding themselves in 5th place or perhaps even 6th place, they will still be going back home with $90,000. And I would say the same for 7th and 8th. They will be going back home with $80,000. 9th and 10th with $70,000, and 11th and 12th with $60,000. Even though they may drop at the bottom of the finals, and I really do not want to know who are these teams gonna be, they are still going to be going home with a lump sum of money, and that amount is insane and bonkers.
Yeah, but they earned it. Let's be honest. They played regionals after regionals, qualifiers after qualifiers. They've gone through hundreds of teams. This is the top 12. This is the creme de la creme. This is the top in terms of what you're going to see, and you're going to see a lot of how it's going to happen. But, I mean, let's look at the points in terms of how this whole system is going to work through.
It is going to be the same exact way of point system you see in every tournament you see within of the Free Fire universe. Whenever you find yourself a booyah, you'll be going back home with 12 points for that very specific round. And anything after that is a decreasing number from 9 points all the way to 1 point, from 2nd place all the way down to 10th points. 2nd place to 10th place. If you find yourself to be one of the unlucky few to be in 11th place and 12th place, then I'm sorry, you're gonna have to receive no placement points for that very specific round. But that is not exactly over. Every kill you get can still net you a single point.
Yeah, and kills, in my opinion, are the most important thing. It's going to add a lot of consistency. Some things happen where you talked about luck in terms of placement points. A lot of that can affect in terms of how you place out in the end, but kills is all about that. If you're able to just mechanically outclass everybody and skill them, you're just going to get those kills. But let's talk a little bit about tiebreaker rules here. If the points end up being tied at the end of the day, we're going to actually break it by the number of booyahs that you win. So that's going to be the most important thing. The second piece is going to be the total number of kills. Again, reason why kills are so important. And then the final one, of course, is going to be the survival ranking of that final round. Make sure that you do survive, outlast all of the other teams.
So if you manage to get yourself a plenty, if not a numerous amount of kills, you top the charts in kills, but you don't get yourself a single booyah. In the very case that you are fighting for the first place together with some other team and you realize that, hey, I don't have a single booyah, and the both of us, me and the other team, we are on the same point. You are going to lose out the first place just because of the fact you don't have a booyah. So as much as kills is important, booyah is very important, and thus every single team needs to exercise caution with how they would want to balance these two.
And it's going to be played on the maps. If you're new to Free Fire or you happen to be a veteran viewer, we see the same 3 maps, but they're going to be repeated. Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory, and it's going to just swap back in. Bermuda and Purgatory being somewhat the faster, smaller place maps. But what are your thoughts on Kalahari?
Kalahari is one of the maps that really destroys teams. It doesn't matter if you are a pro team. I mean, technically it does matter, because all the amateur teams out there may not have a very good understanding as to how they would want to route themselves within of Kalahari because of all the cliffs and ridges and just high points of interest, right? However, pro teams, they may know the maps inside and out, but whenever you tunnel vision into a specific fight, sometimes you wouldn't even know exactly where you are retreating to, and before you know it, you're back against the wall, or perhaps backed against a cliff.
Yeah, that's going to be a terrible spot. But if we're going to talk about the maps here, in terms of Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, just kind of starting things out. What is your strategy? Are you kind of playing a little bit slow, a little bit patient, to see what the other teams are doing, or are you just going to be straight out aggressive?
At this point in time, it is really difficult for us, or even for me, be able to say anything about that, because I don't think that any of these teams will be able to sit tight and play safe. Speaking of sitting, I'd like to give a huge shout out over to our official chat partner of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa, Secret Lab. If you want to play like a pro like all the other teams behind, and well, technically like us too, take a look at www.secretlab.co/2022 and look at their award-winning Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022.
Very comfortable chair, and we're going to be happy to be just kind of coasting it. We're not playing any games, unfortunately, but I'm sure that we would do much better. But that said, let's talk a little bit more about getting started here, right? Games 1 through 3, very important. We saw in last year, Phoenix Force, Evos Phoenix, they actually won the first 3. Is that going to happen again?
Well, I gotta have to say that at this point in time, a lot of these teams are gonna seem to be very, very big monsters. But Team Evos Phoenix, well, we're gonna put them aside first, because Echo Esports, they are the biggest playable, or rather, the biggest team that ever played in the Free Fire World Series 2022 play-ins. They are the first place winners of that play-ins, which is last week.
Yeah, and it was pretty much on the back of Duts. This is a guy that has won previously 4 Predator Awards, which Predator Awards are for the most amount of kills that you win in the league. That is actually crazy. And the fact that he had 13 kills, 5 of those happened to be by grenade. So not only is he a killer with guns, but he also uses a lot of utility.
Definitely a grenadier, if I would say, or maybe even a bombardier. Now, we were talking about Evos Phoenix previously. They are the kings of the kings. They are the team that really love to play in the high ground, and they know just how territorial they are. Whenever they find themselves in a spot where they can evaluate who are their immediate threat, do they have to deal with a certain team, or do they not have to deal with a certain team? And most of the time, they often do. The latter is, or rather the former, always leads them to having a high amount of damage per game and even great amount of kills. And despite all of that aggression and territorial advantage, Evos Phoenix always finds themselves with a high survival time, as you can see, 17 minutes on average.
That is actually crazy. If you think about it, some teams definitely don't even hit that 17 part. But Duts, again, I talked about this guy. He is the one with 4 Predator kills. This is the guy that, he's going to be cheering even on the screen right now because he knows how good he is. He's going to get all of the shots. Echo Esports, you got to be careful about him. I mean, his player stats are completely off the chain in the sense of, he's not only is he accurate, he does a lot of damage, but again, he also kind of supports the team by getting a decent number of assists with 1.5.
Echo Esports is one of the teams that will be representing Indonesia. They are a hungry team, and I will say that they will fire shots whenever they have a chance to. And looking at the fact that that Dutt's accuracy at 16.8, despite all the flurry of lead that he's throwing to his opponents, I gotta have to say I am very impressed.
All right, but Hota here, this is from Mineros Esports. This is another guy that's he's kind of new to Free Fire World Series. He hasn't had a whole lot of action, but I mean, this is one of those guys where, you know, he was just a stone cold killer. He did a ton of damage. He just rushes at you. This is only his second, you know, season in the FFL, but he had 28 kills in the league finals. 10 more kills than the second place guy. I mean, look at this guy's accuracy, 28% almost. I mean, his kills are 2.8 a game. Like, what else can you say about Hota?
There's really nothing much, I would say, because you pretty much summed it up pretty darn nicely. Mineros Esports knew what they want to do, and Hota being the MVP, I think he had like, what, 28 kills in FFL LATAM, right? So, I don't think that all the teams out there will look at him and say, pfft.
Yeah, nobody's going to do that. Everybody wants a piece of this guy because they were going to get into that. But let's look at the head-to-head. This is kind of cheeky in the sense that you have Evos Phoenix, last year's winner, #1, versus Loud, who was in second place, lost 21. Both of these guys, they do not want to be dealing with each other. It's going to be very interesting for the viewers and for us to watch these guys go head-to-head.
These two teams are the teams that have showed a lot of promise from last year all the way until this year, be it their own regional finals. And looking at them going head-to-head, the Cruz, he's been showing that he is right, well, technically off the charts, because I would say that the chart is probably broken right now. Because his amount of kills, his headshots and everything else just kind of seems like the chart can't hold it in anymore. But you know what? Speaking of unable to hold it in, I can't hold it in anymore. I just want to see game #1.
Yeah, it's about to start. All of these players are just kind of warming up, making sure that they're good. And this is going to be an interesting experience because, you know, you're on stage with people. A lot of things have changed. Obviously, we've gone through the pandemic. Everyone's wearing their mask and they're being very safe and, you know, making sure that they have the social distancing. But this is the time where literally you can hear the guy when they're cheering, and you will hear some of the teams out there.
Yes.
It's going to be super loud and it's going to get into you. Are you going to be the aggressor in terms of volume and communication? How's that going to play one?
Well, when it comes down to playing on a LAN setting, whenever you can shout, you go for the shouts. You can either increase the morale within your team. There could be also a small little possibility that you will be able to tilt some other teams on the other side of the map.
I feel like if I were playing, I would be that guy. I might not be that great at the game, but I would just yell at other people and just tilt everyone else. I would definitely have some fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, you just does seem like the kind of guy, right? Just shout around, despite if whether you are the one that died or not.
Doesn't
you know,
matter.
just have fun. Yeah. Free Fire. This is how we come up to be. We started Free Fire just to have fun, and now we are here in the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa with game #1 coming up soon. Everyone here that's watching at home, it is time for you to bear witness. Game #1 here in Bermuda.
Bermuda starting it off strong. This is the one that we all love. It's the feel-out process. How are you going to do it? But the thing is that, hey, there's only 6 matches. There's not a lot of time. Some of the other regionals, they play up to 9, maybe even 12 finals games. So it's going to be very high impact. Making sure that you get those points early is going to be super key, especially for some of these teams.
A lot of these teams may want to change a little bit of the directional placing and, of course, where do they usually drop. But with this plane path, it starts off at 12 o'clock, ending off at 6 o'clock. There could be changes. Echo Esports usually head their way over to Bullseye. Yes, indeed, they will. Vastomundo finds himself in Graveyard most of the time as well. It kind of seems like they are going to be sticking to it. There are going to be some couple other teams that usually, well, they are going to places that they don't usually go. But here inside of Mill, it kind of seems as though Farang is being invaded by Team Flash, because Team Flash, they usually head over to Shipyard.
Yeah, they're going to start, you know, maybe they change things up a little bit. They have scrimmed against some of the other teams, so things might be a little bit different. But look at what Team Flash is doing. They know that another team is there. Farang Esports are like, oh, wait, hold up. It's the first match. We do not want to get eliminated 12th and come home with 0 placement points. And so we're just going to play it safe. We want to make sure that let the other team, maybe they step out, maybe they make a mistake early, but Team Flash definitely want to ensure that, hey, they represent Vietnam.
This is not going to be a fun thing for BO at all. because right off the bat, the first person that he finds is going to be K17, popping right behind of him. Bio gives the information over to the rest of the team from the side of Team Flash, but unfortunately, I don't think that this is going to be helping out too much, because K1, he does have what he had, and he managed to bring down his opponents with his Mac 10 almost immediately, with Team Flash in a really unfortunate situation. Lost. He finds himself at the top of this ridge, right by Mill, southern of Team Flash. They brought 2-person down to death already, and this is just a 2-man invasion by Loud.
Yeah, Loud is in a great spot. It's all about the high ground here, and Team Flash are running for their life, and it looks like Team Flash is going to be the first one eliminated. Alta lost, and it just seems like to be in a bad situation. You do not want to be there against Loud.
This is just a 2-man invasion coming from Loud. This is just how crazy Loud can be, representing the Brazilian region. 2 members have destroyed the Vietnam team, Team Flash, and I don't think that that's going to be the end of the road, or rather the end of this part of the game just yet, because we have another fight on the opposite end of the place. Vastomundo, they found themselves a single kill onto Tanha, and now moving on to the next spot.
Yeah, Vastomundo is a team that requires a lot of momentum to get going. I think that this is a great start to them, making sure that they got that kill and they're continuing to move forward. Vastomundo was an absolute menace in the Europe Pro League. This is a team that teams do need to be careful about, because, I mean, once they get going and they have that momentum, it's very difficult to stop them.
Moving down south over to Hangar. It does seem as though Vastomundo is playing a little bit more of that safe kind of play. And I understand, when it comes down to Vastomundo, they usually have 2 very varying styles of gameplay. They go for very aggressive gameplays, such as the Blitzkrieg, or number 2, they go for the defensive gameplay, whereas they will get themselves in as far away from the circle as possible and just try to get themselves more farms. But actually, this is more of a hybrid. They are heading to the edge of the circle, probably over to Rinnam village, away from everyone else. In that essence, it's defensive, but they are also putting themselves inside of the circle and possibly working towards the center after the second.
And you might want to change things up, right? You have your strategy. Yes, things might work, but it's still, again, the feeling out process. Things might be a little bit different that, from other teams, the meta, the regionals, and you could just change things up. Loud, on the other hand, are kind of like, hey, we know what works. We're just going to find people. We're going to kill people, and we're just going to roll on.
This is going to be keep rolling. They're just going to keep rolling, man.
Of course.
Every single one of these teams, they gotta find their own way of rolling, I would say.
Yeah.
You know? What kind of roll do you go? A side tumble, overhead shoulder kind of thing? I don't know. I mean,
we roll on out. That's all I'm trying to say, right? They're going to have some fun with that. But Evos Phoenix, again, we haven't seen too much of them. They haven't actually seen anybody. Very patient team. They're looking for, again, late game, just surviving. They've definitely fortified this area. They know what's out there, and they've got great vantage points. Evos Phoenix is all about that intel.
But for the Kings, though, it's kind of surprising how silent they are. They kind of give me the essence of Farang right at this very moment. Because we have 2 teams that have been blasting their way through, or I would say 1 team blasting their way through. And that is Loud. They made their presence obvious right off the bat, and immediately getting themselves 3 kills. It kind of seems like they are emitting the essence of champions already. But it is way too early for us to say that. Their aggression doesn't necessarily mean a single booyah, but momentum is something that we can expect from Loud.
Warm up, get your shots in, making sure that you're hitting, right? That's all you want to do. And then if you do get into that firefight, take good, high probability fights, right? You don't want to go for the 50-50s, especially this early. You want to ensure that when you're getting them, you're getting it, maybe a third party, some sort of ambush where they're not completely caught off guard. But at the same time, look at how messy the clock tower, that area is right in the middle. It's very difficult, the danger zone right now, and we're probably going to see some more action.
Well, it kind of seems as though that Evos Phoenix, they are sticking to their very own gameplay. They really didn't have to change anything at all. They usually play in the central part of the map, and they do not want to do anything to deal with any teams that try to get close to them. In fact, they would then find out whether they really have to deal with these very specific teams. So looking at Evos Phoenix, immediately just popping and trying to get a couple of shots off of Mineros Esports is a little bit unlike them already, because they would like to play in close quarters combat, and them shooting out like that is inviting the teams to come and vulture them.
Yeah, but speaking of vulturing, I don't know who the vulture is right now. Wask, Evos Phoenix, Mineros Esports, there's so many different teams nearby. It's like, hey, if you take a shot, you're going to let everyone know. So I think at this point, I would play possum. I would play quiet, making sure that, you see what's there. You ambush anybody that might, enter your building more than anything else. But I think it's about playing safe.
At this point in time, we pretty much understood that Free Fire World Series is the event where every single one of these teams would want to play as passive as possible because they understood what it means to take a fight. It is no longer that 50-50 scenario that we usually see in regional finals. It kind of seems a lot more like a 70-20 because you have so much more to lose than to win.
Yeah, and they're playing for that late game. I mean, yes, we know that it's Bermuda and it tends to be, a little bit faster paced, but again, the different, probably circle 4 and 5 are going to be the key ones, especially on this map, but it's still so very early. Wask actually saw people, they're backing away. They're running away because they realize, hey, we don't want to take any sort of risk. We want to ensure that we're going to get around for that 4th and 5th circle.
A very slow game indeed. Teams are holding themselves inside of houses. They're setting up shop. And now with the 3rd circle being available for us to see, we are now able to understand where every single one of these teams are and who have the best position so far. With attack all around right smack in the center of the new circle, they are in the best position ever. However, that could also mean that whatever shot that they take, they are going to be attracting the most amount of attention. So it is up to them how they would want to play things out, especially since attack all around, they move very early into the game. And that is exactly why they managed to make their way into the center of the circle. That is just their playstyle. But close range quarters kind of game, that is what we should look out for. Because Van Tan, his charge buster is absolutely insane. But speaking of insane, attack all around, they're starting off a fight right onto Echo Esports.
What a great shot right there. And this is kind of the end. You talked about attack all around's positioning about it being great. My concern was that they could technically be surrounded. They're in this divot area where, they could get ambushed. It's not the greatest amount of cover, but they got a couple of knocks. Yes, more than anything else, their team will pick them up. I think Echo Esports will be fine at the end of the day, but it's one of those things where now you've kind of made them use a little bit of utility so that you've kind of softened them up a little bit. Now it looks like it's going to be the next one, Farang Esports going up against Evos Divine here.
Farang, with 2 other members hiding inside of the house. Like I said before, setting up shop, one of the other members have decided to get his way into the circle. So they understood that Pablo and Jezbu very likely is already in a heap of trouble. If whether they are able to get out, that is another question. But as long as one person is not within the same vicinity, they have a chance to get themselves back into the game if the 2 person that I mentioned is dead by the hands of Evos Divine. And this is not going to be an easy take for Farang. It is not going to be easy for Evos Divine as well, because Loud, they just came right behind of Evos Divine, and Sam 13 is not exactly in a very good spot at all.
That was a very interesting play by Loud. They were all the way in the storm, all the way on the east. They were just waiting it out, realizing that the first circle did no damage. They had their vehicles, and they were actually just staying put. And then all of a sudden, they had their vehicles, and they just stormed, Evos Divine there and tried to get the early pickoff. It seems like it's one of those ambushing attempts, the amphibious assault, so to speak. People get caught off guard. It's going to be very difficult for them to kind of affect them in that sense. But, they're fine now. But it looks like, again, Loud, this is their gameplay. They just want to storm in, and they're going to make it a very easy time for them.
In the meantime, Loud, they have made their way into the heart of Clock Tower. Flying by and driving by a numerous amount of teams. They have been making so much sound. They don't even have afterburner, and to be honest, I'm surprised that they are doing exactly what I'm seeing right now. Too many eyes is going to be in the heart of the Clock Tower, and Mineros Esports as well as Loud, they are the one that may be in a heap of trouble based on what I'm seeing here.
Okay, you played it patiently, and now this is the problem. You have too many players, too many teams that were in this vicinity. This is going to be a very messy fight. Farang gets the revive up here, but Loud, let's see what happens. Can Noda actually get the kill? He does.
And he does like that. He did manage to put a glue wall almost immediately right as after he saw one person getting himself right out of the doorway. But he's going to be fine for now. He heads himself up to the 2nd floor. He finds Hoda. He tries to get a shot, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite that because Hoda, he is going to be on the side. Brings him down almost immediately. But Noda, he found himself back on his feet because his friend is just around the area with 4 kills. No, make that 5 kills to the side of Loud at this moment in time. They are going to be working their way through inside of this house. How far are they going to go? That is the question. But now Cluoso, he found himself already taken out along with the rest of his teams.
Attack all around are going to see this. They hear things. They know things are going on. Wask is going to be in position. Attack all around have been the trolls under that bridge the entire time. They've been waiting for a moment like this. They want teams to team the third party each other. Vivo KEYD and Wask are in a bit of a skirmish. AAA is looking to just maybe get the flank, kind of find something, but they're playing it super safe. They don't want to give up anything. On the other fight that you talked about just earlier, Loud was actually insane. They're going to go, and it looks like they're going to go to Evos Phoenix.
Well, Noda as well as Lost, they did manage to get themselves a decent amount of kills onto their name. We have quite a lot of things going all around the map, but the main thing is that we have to take a look what is going on onto Loud. Kronos and Noda, the last two members coming from the side of Loud, but unfortunately Noda gets knocked down. How about Kronos? He found himself the kill. He managed to bring down Evos Phoenix for now, and he picked up his fellow friend with 8 teams left in the map of Bermuda. This is just game number 1, and we are just getting the party started.
Wask was eliminated in 9th. Loud and Evos Phoenix were going at it. That was the fight that we wanted to see. The 1 and the 2 of the last year's, Free Fire World Series going back at it. But it looks like Evos Divine here, last one. Beyond all by himself. He's going to throw out some grenades, probably take out Pablo there. He should be fine, but Farang know that something is up. Loud is on the other wing. He needs to be careful about just surviving. It's the 8 teams left. They're not going to get a whole lot of placement points. This is a huge issue. But look at Loud turning it up with 8 kills.
8 kills. K1, Noda, and Kronos. They did manage to get themselves out of adversary, and honestly, I am just baffled with how Loud and managed to turn the tides. Oh, how the turntables, I would say. And now Beyond gets a shot down on the spade. Farang, they are losing numbers by the very second, and Beyond, he's gonna be the last person of Evos Divine. He can't get his way into any form of vending machine, and he gotta have to play as a lone wolf all the way until he actually make his way over to that vending machine.
Oh, look at how this last circles are starting to go in. There's so many teams again, not a whole lot of space. People just want to breathe, but with that being pushed, Loud has been knocked out. Attack all around has gotten some good pickoffs. They've had some great ambushing, and they're making sure that Loud doesn't cross that river very easily. Loud is going to have a hard time going up against a Titan-like attack all around right there. The Thailand team being very strong, but FRG looks like they've been eliminated.
Beyond, what happened to him? He just went up and running, gets himself a quadra kill, brings down the entirety of Farang almost immediately despite being the last member left all the way down south. He's gonna be pretty darn happy with the amount of kills that he have got, but the question is, how is he supposed to get his way into the next circle? Because the circle is being gate capped by Attack All Around. Perhaps the fight between Attack All Around and Loud will be able to give Divine's Beyond a way to get into the circle safe and sound.
Luca with a nice shot against Umbach. He makes sure he does get that kill, but Beyond, my God, he's turning it up.
Oh, Loud!
Turning it up.
Loud is already out of the game, and now we have 6 teams left available. Evos Divine, Attack All Around, Echo Esports, Vivo KEYD, as well as Vastomundo. Evos Divine just found themselves out of the game as well, thanks to the hands of Hoysong. With the Charge Buster, they did exactly what they needed to do. The new circle has just popped down south. V Gaming is pretty darn close to the circle. Vastomundo, the Blitzkrieg! That is what I'm talking about! The Blitzkrieg is eventually just going to be making their way over to Echo Esports. They are starting, and they are understanding what exactly is going on from the side of Vastomundo. With 2 members from the side of Vastomundo taken down, they are immediately going to be shut down.
Echo Esports. Oh my gosh, the dots, the duel, everything that you wanted. Vastomundo just trying to go in, but hey, sometimes it's too aggressive. You get caught out, and it looks like Echo Esports and V Gaming are going to skirmish here.
There's just a little bit too much teams going on at the moment in time. Tanya, he finds himself right in the face of Koja because of the Charge Buster. He found himself taken down almost immediately. V Gaming doing a really good job as Van Tan gets himself a kill down the deck guard. Another players are now fighting themselves in the pack of the heat, unable to get themselves out of this unfortunate scenario. Attack All Around is going to be the main team that finds themselves in the center of circle, the best position possible.
That ambush. Oh, he kind of totally swung around and he caught him off guard. V Gaming is here. They've only got 3 players left. Attack All Around with 4, though. This is a team that's been, pouncing on. Their positioning has been amazing throughout. But look at Koja. Echo Esports, the last man surviving. Vivo KEYD still in this one, but it looks like it's going to come down to this. Probably the last circle coming up.
It's a very small circle now. Echo Esports knocked down at number 4. The rest of the members from V Gaming, they have managed to bring up and erect a barricade of blue walls, separating them from the rest of the team. But Nando no! He finds himself a shutdown onto the glue wall, brings Bingsu down, followed by a initializing shot that will bring him down for good!
Oh, that grenade was so good. Oh my gosh, V-Gaming 2 on that one. And it looks like Dark Love, he's got, so many kills to his name. But hey, they've got 10 from attack all around. Vivo KEYD with just 1, but they're surviving. This is going to be the last skirmish between the two teams.
Oh, Nando! It does have the high ground, and the high ground it is. He finds himself a little bit of angle. He's looking for the next person, but unfortunately, they are just directly below him. It's not going to be easy for Nando at all, but he found it! That is how we talk! That is how we go! Because the booyah for game number 1 goes over to Vivo KEYD!
Woo! Look at how pumped up Vivo KEYD are. This is the team that made it through the play-ins. They were 3rd place, but they are ready. I tell you, Vivo KEYD, loud, living up to their names in the sense of, hey, they are super loud. They're very aggressive. They want their presence to be known. Very scary, but I think it's going to come down to points. Vivo KEYD didn't get a whole lot of points, but the thing is that a tackle around got a lot of kills and the positioning, but we're going to have to find out because we have the highlights coming up.
The entirety of game number 1 was a mess. It's a chaos. It's a pandemonium. But in the end of it all, we have but one team that succumbed to the top, and that is Vivo KEYD getting themselves the booyah.
Vivo KEYD, playing team, attack all around, playing team, top 2 in this one. Attack all around, you talked about their great positioning, and it was completely on point. They had vision of everybody. They were able to make some nice pickoffs. I'm pretty sure attack all around will score more points because of the kills factor, which is absolutely huge.
Well, there are quite a lot of teams that actually managed to get themselves a good amount of kills to their name. So I believe that getting ourselves a nice little understanding of how that match standing looks like will give us a lot of a story, right? But the main question that I'm going to give you here, is Vivo KEYD going to stand at the top of the overall standing just from this game number 1 for now?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to come down to kills. I talk about kills being more important, especially
tackle around
early.
really is the one?
I think a tackle around, we're going to have to find out. It's going to come up right now in match standings that's going to be here. But let's see exactly what we're talking about. A tackle around, I told you, 10 kills. That's absolutely massive. 19 points. Vivo KEYD, yeah, they got the booyah, and that will help with the tiebreakers. Very important. But they ended up in 2nd place with 16 points.
Well, they do have 4 kills to their name only, but there are some other teams that did manage to trump them over. And that is going to be V Gaming with a total of 16 points, Loud with 12 points, and both of which have a total of 8 kills to their name. From this point on, they have got a respectable amount of points, with Evos Divine with 10, Echo Esports with 10, Vastomundo with 9, Farang with 6, Evos Phoenix with 4, and Wask with 2. And unfortunately, Mineros Esports and Team Flash, they have took their exit in game number 1 a little bit too prematurely.
Evos Phoenix, last year winner, they're in 9th place with only 4 points. This is a little unfortunate for them, but they're realizing, hey, this game is completely different. The teams are actually ready. Everything is completely different from last year. We thought it was going to be, a cakewalk and all that, but let's look at the MVP here. This is going to be one where it's going to be no dispute whatsoever with Vantan with 4 kills. V Gaming completely turning it on point. V Gaming really stepped up on this one.
Well, we have seen how he worked around with his sniper shots. A headshot, a back shot, and then anyone that's on the ground, he goes for the kill secure almost immediately, and he gets himself the 4 kills just from that. He has been the expert of the sniping industry for a while now, and we know even when it comes down to CQB, his charge buster cannot be frowned upon.
Yeah, definitely not. But let's look at the next one, which is going to be the kill leaders. We saw this throughout. There's a lot of attack all around, especially when you've got 10 kills to your name for that team, but Vantan with the 4, as well as Hoysang and JLX, all of these guys. How do you do this? Attack all around, literally attacking everyone from all around.
They have consistently found themselves in the center of the circle, and that is just the aggressive positioning that we are seeing from them. They are impressive with what they have done, and I gotta have to say, they are bold to do exactly that. And the key players-wise, I think that they are bold and just an example to a lot of these teams as well, with Hoysang, 2 headshot kills, Tanya, 8 glue walls destroyed with his Riptide Rhythm, and let's not forget about Vantan, lots of distance traveled, I gotta have to say, Koja, Kronos. As a Kronos, you gotta have to make full use of your time turner.
Okay, I love the fact that we're taking stats that are, you know, not just kills and damage and all that thing, because this is about supports, right? Some of the players will play a support role, knocking down those glue walls. Very important so that your snipers can actually get some avenues of attack. You have some nice angles, right? Damage block, again, just keeping your team alive. It's almost kind of like healing in a way, but it's just protecting your team, making sure that you have great, you know, chronos that kind of protect and support the team.
Well, the time turner is going to be a very big thing when it comes down to Free Fire World Series. And let's not forget Riptide Rhythm. Riptide Rhythm has been seeing quite a lot of popularity nowadays, if not for the past few months, because we don't really see a lot of Riptide Rhythm in the previous Free Fire World Series. Well, technically speaking, it's not there. Well, we do see a lot of drop the beats. We see a lot of time turners. And if you guys take a trip down a memory lane, at that point in time, the time turner was a one-way bubble. You can shoot people. They can't shoot you.
It's very different, and I'm glad that they made the changes. They needed to balance that a little bit. I think that was kind of a little overpowered in that sense, and I'm happy to see the Free Fire. I think it's in the best state that it's ever been. I think it's very balanced, gives a lot of, you know, characters, the opportunity to shine, so to speak, and they are all somewhat, you know, balanced in that sense.
Well, I am excited to see what is going to be coming up next for us, because game number 2 will be underway after a short little break, all right? So make sure you guys over there don't miss us too much. My name is Abstract. With me here is Ola. We'll be back here in the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa in a short little bit. Don't go away.
A vitória seria tão importante para mim e para o meu time, por conta que a gente colocou na cabeça um sonho e a gente quer lutar por ele. Foi isso que a gente começou no Brasil e é isso que fez a gente estar aqui. Se eu for campeão do Free Fire World Series, isso afetaria na minha carreira, na forma da minha família, na forma do meu time. Acho que é um dos nossos sonhos, então a gente vai correr atrás. E eu tenho certeza que isso é só o começo. A gente vai batalhar para estar aqui mais vezes.
I
الفوز سيكون مهما لي وجدا ولفريقي لأنه يعني كما تعلمون الفوز هو يعني حلم جميع اللاعبين في لعبة فري فاير. يعني لما تصل بالخصوص للمرحلة النهائية يعني نهائي كبير جدا لما تفوز فيه يعني له طعم رائع جدا بالخصوص الظروف التي مررنا منها يعني ظروف غير عادية يعني كما أقول لا تشبه يعني الظروف التي توجد في السيرفرات الأخرى يعني ظروف صعبة جدا وذلك ما يجعل الفوز لنا يعني شيئا له طعم آخر يعني.
Cũng có vẻ như sẽ không chạy nổi và đó là Skyler. Wow, Skyler mang đi.
Anh hùng là những người vượt qua được những khó khăn và trở thành người mạnh mẽ hơn. Chúng mình sẽ chứng minh rằng những người hùng trong chúng mình sẽ thức tỉnh và làm cho người hâm mộ Việt Nam tự hào.
Kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk memajukan nama Malaysia dalam bidang Esports supaya player lain dapat mencintai kita orang. Doakan kita orang di final, semoga kita orang dapat mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
Alright, survivors, welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. Game number 1 concluded, and now we are gonna be moving into game number 2 here in Kalahari.
Yeah, and Kalahari is going to change everything. We saw the first one, teams are playing a little bit more timid. Are they going to continue to do that play style, especially on a bigger map like Kalahari? Everything is at stake. You do not want to be caught left behind, especially in the early stages of this Free Fire World Series. But hey, let me talk about Loud here. They actually ended up in 4th place. They got a decent number of points on the back of 8 kills. Yes, they only got 4 placement points, but they did very well, and they are in there. Very well played by Loud.
Definitely well played indeed. But speaking of well played, I gotta have to say, well played! Over to Secret Lab, as they are the official chat partner of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. If you want to be like us and the players behind and be like a pro, take a look at www.secretlab.co/2022 and take a look at the wide range of varieties of chairs that Secret Lab has, such as, of course, the most famous one, the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022.
Yeah, and we're sitting in there, we're having a great time. time and we're just enjoying the games. A lot of the matchup, it's going to be kind of crazy in that sense. But hey, let's talk about Attack All Around, second place, and then Vivo KEYD. What did you like about that last match?
Well, Attack All Around, I think that they are the one that really showed how being dominating and how aggressive in your positioning really means, right? Yes, Vivo KEYD, they did manage to get themselves the booyah, but 4 kills, that pretty much means that they snuck their way through everyone, didn't participate in any fights, but they appeared right as they are the last 2 teams remaining. It is and it could be a solution to get yourself the crown and the victory, but if there's any other teams that went bonkers, like what Loud as well as Attack All Around technically did, the amount of kills is just going to rack up, and there could be one point in time that they get the booyah, and well, Vivo KEYD might not get a chance for that passive gameplay.
Yeah, definitely not going to happen again. But Attack All Around, let me give props to where props are due. This is a team that last year they ended up at 17th place. They were stuck in the play-ins. They didn't actually even make it to the playoffs, the grand finals. They didn't even make it there, and I'm sure that hurt them more than anything else. This year, they're very well prepared. We've noticed that even in last week's play-in, this is a team that finds that perfect sweet spot in terms of the map. They know where the other teams are going to go, and they're ensured that, hey, they have great lines of vision. They ensure that they get, the avenues of attack are all there. This is a very well-prepared Attack All Around team. Again, from Thailand, they've always been in the shadows of Evos Phoenix, but they're here now, and they want to be, they want to shine bright.
They want to shine bright. Like a diamond. Okay, I'm not gonna get that anymore. But now, we only have 5 seconds left on the clock. And you know what this means? Game number 2 of the World Series down in Kalahari is about to begin. And once again, every single one of us will now have to bear witness. Which is the team will get themselves the booyah? Which is the team will get themselves the most amount of kill in the sandy plains of Kalahari?
There's no room for error. This is do or die at this point. Again, if you're on the bottom, if you've got 1 or 2 points, you get a donut, unfortunately. Yes, it might be unlucky, but who are you going to cry to? None of these other teams care.
My mama.
Your mom might, okay, well then I'll call her later if you know what I mean. But this is again one of those, the players, they need to ensure that they don't fall behind. They need to continue to do well, be in the 5 or 6 range, then you have an opportunity to springboard at a later stage.
Well, now we are going to be looking at the flight path, but unfortunately, we are not going to even have any time for that, because now, right off the bat, Attack All Around find themselves right on top of the sub. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade between Attack All Around as well as Echo Esports, but unfortunately, Echo Esports is going to be the one to find themselves in a very unfortunate spot. Kuroro weaving in and out of the time turner, but unfortunately not quite enough to get himself right out of all of the danger. I believe that 3 members from the side of Echo Esports is already down. I'm not too sure. But JLX, he found himself picked right back up. Kuroro, slightly the same. We have the entirety of Attack All Around still being safe and sound. But for the side of Echo Esports, all they can do right now is to go for the revives.
Yeah, Attack All Around going up against the other play-in champions of Echo Esports. That was a super dangerous one for both teams. High risk. There was so much at stake right now because, again, Attack All Around had great momentum from the last one, and getting knocked out early, that would have been disastrous. They survive. They made sure that they have an opportunity, especially in this pivotal match, too, and they've got 3 kills to the name, all on the back of Kuroro.
Echo Esports is not entirely a very flashy team, and I am surprised that they found themselves in such a situation in the sub. They are the team, yes, technically not flashy, but they will fire shots whenever they can. We saw the stats onto Duts, and we knew just how much damage that he can deal. His accuracy, 16% if I remember correctly. That is the kind of guy that you would not want to face off against with, because as long as you show your head, boom, shakalaka, you might just go down.
Yeah, Duts there with 13 kills in last week's play, and 5 of those with grenades. But in match 1, he actually killed himself with a grenade. So I don't know if that one counts for the stat. That's probably something that he wants to take back. But a little unfortunate by Duts, but they're in a little bit better position. I mean, in the sense that they have 1 remaining player. Hopefully they can revive the team. They got to give themselves a chance. Duts is out right now. I don't know who's left on Echo Esports, but I'm very worried for this team.
I believe that for the side of Echo Esports, we have 3 of the members now available. Kiba as well as Koja, they are down onto the Mammoth, while Ombak, he is right onto the western part of Mammoth. They just came back, so they wouldn't have a lot of utilities. They wouldn't even have any form of itemizations that would allow them to play any more aggressively. So back onto the track of not being flashy. They need all of the utilities that they can get. And Duds, well, what can I say? They all 4 of the members from Echo Esports is now back alive, but it kind of seems as though they are itching for a fight. And on to Team Flash, that is.
Yeah, this is one where it's back, you know, they're back to full strength. This is the revive system, but look at that. You know, they've all been revived before. They're pretty much zombies at this stage, and it's like, how much more can you commit to this one? Yes, we're at maximum. We did see a couple kills here and there, but this is the revive system. Everyone is back in the action. Kalahari, yo, slow it down. We got plenty of time. There's so much open space. Just find that open area. Make sure that you're not, you know, taking any sort of risk right now, and make sure that you at least get to the second circle.
Well, inside of Kalahari, I believe that most of these teams may have gotten themselves out of their normal place, I would say, because one of the teams that I gotta look out for is Farang. They usually find themselves within a refinery, but they also understood that Mineros Esports always head themselves over the refinery, so they decided to change a little bit. They head over to the blue zone. They went over to Council Hall, which no one does go to, and now they've decided to go south, down into confinement. And technically speaking, they should know to expect Echo Esports or perhaps even V Gaming. And in this very case, they may just very much see V Gaming.
Yeah, V Gaming and Farang Esports, they saw each other. You could hear them. They're like, oh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Hold up. Let's get the glue walls on. Let's get behind cover. But it looks like there's going to be a little bit of action here.
Dark Love, you are a little bit too slow on the double barrel. This allowed Pablo as well as Spade to come in as a duo to bring him down almost immediately. I believe that Spade has already found where Valentine is, because all the way at the top of this tower has got himself the sniper, waiting for the eventual popping off to the head. I believe they saw it.
Oh, what a shot. That was an amazing headshot by Spade right there. This guy's an absolute, you know, destroyer. Look at that thing. He's got so much range, so much, you know, vision. I mean, the fact that he could just pick that guy off the tower, very well played by Spade. I expect to see more of this. Farang Esports was that dark horse. You talked about you liking them and you want to see more from the MCP region. This is a team that, again, surprised a lot of different players and the teams in MCP. There were other favorites, but Farang Esports came out on top.
Right now, V Gaming, they found themselves with too little amount of numbers to their name, and they decided to head down south from confinement into Santa Catarina, and they actually found a small little, well, fragment of Vastomundo. Vastomundo decided to shoot right back at them. It's not going to be enough to bring them down just yet, but that's pretty much going to be a warning shot from Vastomundo saying, hey, don't come any closer. Speaking of which, Attack All Around seems to be doing the same thing, except for the fact that they are shooting in a fight for honor and points.
Yeah, honor and points, but Attack All Around and Vivo KEYD, both of these teams top 2 in the last one. I don't know if they want to continue. It looks like they're kind of just back off here. Just play it safe. Again, only two kills have happened in this one. It's 6 minutes in. It's still very, very early. Foki's like, I'm going to get out of dodge. Jumps himself on the Akira bike. It's on fire now. Karora is there's like, all right, we're all out of here. We're just going to run to safety.
The rest of the members from the side of Attack All Around, or at least 2 of them, have fled away from Vivo KEYD. I don't think that is exactly the right word, actually. They have decided to flee, but in a good direction. Now, they are literally living to their name, Attack All Around, because they have numbers, they have people literally all around Vivo KEYD now. What exactly is going to be their attack patterns here? Are they going to go straight in the face of Vivo KEYD? Kind of seem like it, because General, he finds himself a single shot down onto Kororo in a fast-paced manner. With the Mac 10, brings him down almost immediately, and Attack All Around, they lost 1.
General had 11 kills in the play-in last week. This is a guy that literally carried them into the 3rd place, and there's a reason why they're great. Nando is the sniper on the team. He's an absolute menace. Make sure that you know where this guy is. If he's on the roof, he's got a sniper rifle. You got to duck. You got to get yourself alive. But look at Echo Esports. They haven't really found that groove. It's been very difficult to find anything going up against Team Flash here.
Is this really going to be that part of the group? And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the type rhythm is going to blast down that glue wall enough to bring Koja down, because Bloody is currently all alone with one person knocked down. He's just going to go for 1 versus 1 fight. And Koja, he did manage to bring Bloody down. The two other members on the other side of the ridge is going to be under attack by Koja just because of his DMR. Umbak, he finds himself a way in. They want to catch up to the bike that Brian is on. They open fire. They shoot on the tires. They do whatever they can. Shoot on the rear. But unfortunately, it is not quite enough to shoot anyone down by only sending the bike smoking.
Shin is literally on fire. They're getting the hell out of Dodge. They're going to find a place, hopefully just revive the team. They need to keep themselves alive and in this game. But Vastomundo playing a little bit safe, right? This is I think the style that we saw in the Euro Pro League. They tend to just pick their battles. They try to see what's out there. But, you know, Vastomundo here going to be lucky with this crate here. They'll happily take that one up. But, you know, in terms of Vastomundo, is this something that we want to see more of? Do we want to see them be more aggressive?
Honestly, I'm happy with just putting them, having them in the circle. Because normally, if they would want to play at the edge of the circle, that pretty much just suggests that they want to look for utilities, and they will only want to look out for a fight at the very end. If they are just hiding themselves inside of a single drop spot, if they're hiding in a landmark, for example, they will fight an immediate threat if they discover one. So if Vivo KEYD have decided to go up north and try to get some stir some trouble with Vastomundo, Vastomundo would not stop, and they will do whatever it takes to bring them down and proceed over to the next part of the circle.
And they'll keep themselves alive. Darklove has been knocked here. Pinsu gets a nice headshot onto Spade, and it looks like they're just going to trade shots here. V Gaming are going neck and neck with Farang Esports, but he's been knocked down. Spade, I don't think he's got a chance. The Penguin's like, I don't have any bandages. I don't know what to do. I don't have a, I'm not a doctor.
I mean, he can just kind of lay flat on the bullet spot, and you'll be like, look, you're not bleeding. But Spade, he's still bleeding out. I don't think that any one of the members from the side of Farang does have a grappling hook on them to actually save Spade at this point in time. But you know what what do they have? M79, and that is going to be the grenade launcher. And I believe and I hope that Jambol will be able to lay one down on his adversary.
Yeah, it's going to be very close here. For Spade, looks like he's going to bleed out. No real chance. And this is my problem, right, with some of the teams is that they're too spread out. They're not able to support one another. If action happens, if he gets knocked, what are you going to do? Right? You don't have the grappling hook to come and save him. You have no real chance to really just help your team. This is one of those things where if you're looking at what Loud does, look at how close they are. They're almost on top of each other. They're holding hands, making sure that they're making their presence known just by sticking together.
Okay, so now with the new circle that's going to be popped close to the center, but it's just down southwest a little bit. So none of these teams are actually inside of the circle at the moment as we speak. It requires a little bit of movements coming in from some of these teams in order to put themselves in a really good spot. But speaking of good spot, Jonah, he found himself a single knockdown with a grenade, and that is going to give them a numbers advantage if they move on to try to get a fight against Echo Esports. The Cruz, he managed to juke his way through. Make sure that he does not get the CQB combat against Echo Esports. Moshi coming in from the sides. Real flank. Doesn't seem like things are going to be well with Duds. Hides himself inside a container. Finds himself still knocked down by Jonah with a massive burst of damage. And now he's just going to be left with Koja, the last member remaining coming from the side of Echo Esports. And the only thing they can do right now is make a run for it.
All right, Evos Phoenix, Evos Divine were almost kind of helping each other. They were going for the same target there in Echo Esports. Dutz was kind of left behind. He didn't really have much of a chance. But hey, look at how crazy this World Series is. 12 teams left at 11 minutes. This is all the teams are just looking to survive. But there's so much action that's going on. They're making sure that they're not getting third-partied. VGM is on the run from Farang Esports. Do they get the knock?
Well, they gotta have to get a knock and get the hell out of there as soon as they can, because the storm is slowly going to be constricting these teams. They have to run away soon before they find themselves in the middle of the storm. As they get the grenade launchers down onto Bingsu, brings him down, and Jambles gets himself a kill just like that and allows them to move right on onto the next zone.
Loud is going up against Mineros Esports. They're going to look to just get this flank. The glue walls have been put up, but Mineros Esports hiding in that tent. I know Con7 is going to look to just go for this last. Actually, he's going to go super aggressive into this tent, and he just unloads lead.
K1, he have not found a single shot just yet, but eventually the members from Loud, they eventually want to find themselves in an eventual place to bring one person down. K1, he puts himself right by the gateway. He found himself knocked down. Unfortunately, that is going to be fixed up to get himself a single kill right onto the name. With 3 of the members just going to be camping right out of here. The rest of the members coming from Mineros Esports were really hoping that they will be able to get themselves out of that, but unfortunately it would not be the case. Mineros Esports finds themselves knocked down first, and shortly after, V Gaming.
Loud was completely clinical on that one. They made sure that they bashed through the glue wall. They got it, but they got eliminated there. Oh, Evos Phoenix coming out of the blue, and it just takes him out. They got knocked out 10th. This is a travesty for Loud.
And now Vastomundo, they have understood their assignment here. With a lot of teams that has already been knocked down, they know that they are one of the 9 teams available. 28 members left. They are still full of ammo, still full of utilities, and they are just excited to see what is available. The Arena blast off down onto the glue walls. They did manage to put a decent amount of damage down onto them. Another one on the Riptide Arena, leaving Finn gonna be the last number 11. Doesn't seem like the rest of the Pablo and Farang Esports is able to do anything right now. Too bad indeed. That is gonna be Farang knocked down.
Yeah, Vastomundo right there, shooting fish in a barrel right there, just giving no chance. There was no cover, nowhere to run, and Vastomundo were like, hey, this is the easiest shot in the world. I'll just happily take all of that. And they do collect 2, but Team Flash now eliminated 9th. Pretty bad for them.
There's still one member from the side of Farang, but I can't spot where he is yet. Perhaps in a while later, we'll be able to see where exactly he is. Wask, they have been quiet. They have been living in the shadows, and I don't think that they have done anything at all just yet. Mr. Ali knocked down and executed almost immediately. Beyond was hoping to get himself into the next part of the circle, but unfortunately, Wask is just around the area, and so is Vastomundo. And Vastomundo gets himself a 3 headshot thanks to Luca. Amount of kills are just pouring right in with Vastomundo in the northeastern part, Wask in the northern part, but attack all around as well as Echo Esports are in the center. This point in time, anything could happen.
Oh, Vastomundo, they smell blood. They know that they've all been knocked. They're going to run right into Wask. They want to clean up all the kills because they know that they're just easy prey, but Vastomundo have done a great job of altering kills, ensuring that they're in the right position. This is perfectly the way you want to play as Vastomundo.
This is going to be the blitzkrieg coming out from Vastomundo. They're not going to be letting the members from the side of Wask take a second to breathe, but I believe that they know that they don't have a lot of glue walls left. So not exactly a blitzkrieg, I would say. They would just take a couple of shots, then glue wall, shots, then glue wall, and just like that, Vivo KEYD finds himself eliminated for now. But how about Wask? Not exactly over just yet. Dowley, last man, Wask, 5th place!
Vastomundo, 9 kills, 2 have been knocked. They'll easily pick that up. But Evos Phoenix back to last year's Free Fire World Series win form with 12 kills. An absolute monster. Echo Esports now limited down to 3 teams.
The war on different fronts. We are expecting and we are seeing a lot of different kinds of fights. And now the ties, they are going to be fighting against one another. Attack all around. One of the members left inside of this house. And it doesn't seem like he's spotted just yet.
All right, no matter what happens, no matter which team wins, Thailand wins at the end of the day, especially with 2 teams left in the top 3. They're going to get some massive points. Attack all around haven't got as too many kills. They started off, getting a couple in the beginning, but they've been largely quiet since. Vastomundo's still alive. Are they going to do this, especially with one person knocked down in Luca?
Well, it is a knockdown, not exactly a delete just yet. Wait, 2 of the members from the side of Vastomundo is actually knocked down, but it doesn't matter because they still have 3 members left going on around. Evos Phoenix, total of 14 kills. If the Cruz moves on, gets himself a shot down on the Blazer 10. He's going to be down and dusted. The rest of the members from the side of Evos Phoenix just going to be making full use of the numbers advantage to eventually move down onto Luca, brings him down with a grenade, and Nunes behind the tree. He's going to be completely backed up against the wall. Vastomundo finds himself knocked right down at 3rd place, and Kororo has been hiding himself on the 2nd floor for the longest time ever, and they are leaving him for the last to kill.
Yeah, it's the last one, but my gosh, this Evos Phoenix team completely turned it on. They are angry. They have about 17 kills, and it looks like they're going to kill maybe Kororo, who has the weight of the world on his shoulders right now. But he gets, unfortunately not the case. And it looks like it's going to go the booyah! Evos Phoenix back into it as they score that one with a monster 17 kills.
Evos Phoenix, they did not do quite well in game number 1, but in game 2, they came in, they bombed it, they showed exactly what it is to be done, and how do you get the booyah and get a massive amount of kill on top of that.
Wow, the first game, they really struggled. I think they were in 9th, but the fact is they came back storming. But let's find out exactly what happened in the highlights coming up right now. Evos Phoenix was one of those teams that they didn't have the greatest match one, and looks like they finished that one. They got the booyah, they got a ton of kills, and they were shushing everyone at the end of the day because they were just, they're the champions at the end of the day.
They are just gonna be like, if you want to win, you gotta have peace and quiet. That is how they will be playing so far, From what I heard, when it comes down to the trash talking session, they weren't exactly very trash talky type at all.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that they are in position, they should be the only ones trash talking. When you're the champions, you're the only one that can just, everyone else should be bowing down to them, right? At the end of the day, they are still the champions until we crown a new one today. We'll have to see, but that is a great start, and that's exactly the bounce back that we wanted from Evos Phoenix.
Well, like I said, game number 1 may not be so good for them, but I think that game number 2 carries a lot of weight. The amount of kills that they have gotten is definitely off the charts, I would say. But would they be able to play it consistently, though? Because game number 1, not so consistent. But game number 2, that is the pace that we are expecting to see from Evos Phoenix.
I mean, how crazy. Oh! 18 kills and the booyah. I mean, you could have your cake and eat it too, apparently. Evos Phoenix is on top, but I love the fact that Vastomundo, they bounced back as well. That was a very impressive game by Vastomundo.
They had a total of 9 kills, with a total of 17 points to their name. And following after that is attack all around that lost 5 points to them, and that is a total of 12 points. Evos Divine, 10 points, and so did Vivo KEYD. Echo Esports with 9 points, Farang with 8, Wask with 7, Loud with 6. Oh man.
Yeah, that was not the greatest one. I mean, they still got 5 kills. They're still managing to do this, but it seems like they've been, the deck is stacked against them. They haven't really been able to get a lot of the placement points, and I talk about the randomness of this, and you're seeing some of that effect. But how does Loud bounce back? I mean, especially with only 6 points there. Team Flash with, 10th place with 3 points. V Gaming and Mineros with just 1 each. Yeah, they got a kill, but they didn't get any placement points, which is a little unfortunate for them.
Well, for the overall standings, I believe that Evos Phoenix took the world by storm, and all of them did not expect to see this coming. They flew all the way to the first place with a total of 34 points, but attack all around. The friends of Evos Phoenix, I would say, they are literally just 3 points below, so it's not too far. Vivo KEYD, they are neck and neck with Vastomundo with 26 points, and Evos Divine, 20 points. Echo Esports and Loud and V Gaming, actually, all of them are just 1 point away from one another.
So close, so close. And the craziest thing to all of this is the Thai teams. Look at how they are just taking the top and the world by storm. When the first and second place, both from Thailand. I talked about Brazil, and Vivo KEYD has stepped up. And I love the fact that they were amazing in the play-ins. But hey, maybe last week's experience really helped this team grow, because we're seeing some of the play-in teams top 6 right now.
That is actually very amazing to see. I mean, Echo Esports, Attack All Around, and Vivo KEYD. Well, for V Gaming, well, not quite there just yet. Maybe we'll see more from them. But speaking of more, Evos Phoenix Jonah has been giving us more kills over time, and that is a total of 6 kills as compared to the previous MVP. I believe that was 4 kills.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I mean, jokingly, I'm gonna say that this guy's just being greedy, but this guy is like 6
some for the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, where's the rest of the team? But the rest of the team got a ton of kills as well. I mean, 18. I mean, this is absolutely insane. But let's talk about the kill leaders. Other people got some kills as well. But they were all on Evos Phoenix.
The sea is dyed, well, bluish red, I would say. Evos Phoenix, they top the kill leaders with 4, 5, and 6 kills. This is insane coming in from Moshi, Getbu, as well as Jonah. They have a total of 18 kills. Don't forget that. They are insane.
Really crazy. I mean, this is going to be one of those things. I expect to see more of them in the key players as well, because it looks like, you know, I mean, okay, it's going to be Pablo with 3 rescues. Some, you know, the pickups are very important. Dead God, you know, he was a glue wall destroyed with 8. I'm sure he would rather have those as kills, but hey, knocking down glue walls, very important for the team. Gemball from Farang Esports used 19 glue walls. We saw a lot of action from Farang Esports. This is a team that was in a ton of skirmishes. Unfortunately, they didn't get too many kills and points, but they did, you know, they were definitely highlight level of play, I would say. But General, damage blocked, 1,073, pretty massive by General himself.
Well, the key players showed exactly how it is to be playing as the supporting players. And the members from the side of Farang as well as Vivo KEYD should not go unnoticed. So if you ever see any one of these players in game number 3, watch out for them. Because one of them, if not all of them, are going to excel in the way that they support their fellow players.
Yeah, it's going to be so much better. We have so many more matches left. We have 4 left. Not a whole lot of room, especially for those teams on the bottom. But like, okay, if you're going to be, you know, the bottom 6, I would say, what are you telling your team?
Honestly, at this point in time, I don't want to change anything in their gameplay. All I gotta do is go loud, go hype, go pumped, and get everyone's morale all the way up, and let them know that every one of us in the team is the best.
Yeah, I think that it's just keeping, you know, just do what got you here. Right, don't change it. Don't have to change the strategy. You don't have to figure things out. Yeah, you might adjust a little bit, but I think in terms of, you know, the actual gameplay, you got to stick to your guns, right? A lot of strategies have worked, and there's a reason why they're here, and I want to see more of that action.
Free Fire World Series beta may change a little bit here and there. Most of these teams are starting to play very defensively. They gotta have to find out how to play for the next few games, because we still have 4 more games to go. But game number 3 will be right back after this very short break.
احنا واسك ما كيهمناش جميع الفرق اللي كاينين هنا، بالخصوص فينيكس فورس، ثم البطل العام اللي فات، وهذا العام جينا باش ناخذوا البطوله منكم.
นายไม่ต้องพูดเยอะหรอกนายให้ผลงานพูดแทนดีกว่า
Hey, lu mau ngalahin Phoenix? Kan masih di Divine.
Eu não tô ligando que vocês, os amigos da Phoenix Force, estão mais uma final de Mundial. Que não vai ter sorte pra eles e vocês são fracos, então vamos amassar vocês. E vamos ser campeão porque o nível de vocês é muito abaixo do Brasil.
คิดว่าผมกากเหรอทำไมปีที่แล้วได้ที่ 2 อ่ะ ปีนี้ที่ 2 เหมือนเดิมมั้ง
Oh, tem calma. Este ano para ti resta o terceiro lugar, porque nós vamos ficar em primeiro.
Hey, Evos Divine, phong độ các bạn thật là ổn định đấy. Thành tích quốc tế liên tục giảm qua các mùa. Cố gắng phát huy nhá.
Ya terserah sih lu mau apa, intinya gue bakal buktiin nanti di final. Tunggu aja.
Aku rasa tim kau biasa-biasa je. And cakap kat Boyan jangan jadi support kalau beban.
Ryan là hỗ trợ, nhưng mà số kill nó kiếm được trong trận chung kết sẽ nhiều hơn bạn đấy.
Nanti kita tengok dalam game. Tim kau ke tim aku yang kuat?
Vamos, Farang. Ustedes ni siquiera tienen el nivel para estar en esta mesa junto a los mejores del mundo. Ese tal Pablo no pudo ni conseguir 20 kills en la final.
Vocês querem falar de kill, vocês estão na nossa mira, e a gente nunca erra.
ไปถามใครก็รู้ว่าฟินิกซ์ดีที่สุด
هاد المره ما غتنوضوش من الرماد ديالكم، حيت حنا اللي غنديو هاد البطوله.
Ơi, ai vậy?
ما عرفتش شكون هادو. Por que vocês estão?
Chúng tôi đang để đấy trước vô địch.
Sau trận chung kết lần này, các bạn sẽ biết Vi Gaming là ai. Việt Nam mãi đỉnh.
พวกเองอ่ะเดี๋ยวได้เจอ Attack All Around เดี๋ยวก็รู้ว่าใครเก่งกว่ากัน
Não viemos aqui à toa e não passamos para brincadeira. Vamos amassar todos vocês.
Gua dan tim gua bakal juara FFWS kali ini. Buat lu semua, hati-hati ya.
Hello and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. My name is Holler, and with me is Eris. And how are you doing today as we get into match 3 here?
Absolutely fantastic. I think game 1, game 2, who would have thought to seen so much action happening in the middle of the game? Obviously, you thought you saw a lot more hot drops coming in, but hey, that being said, the narrative is all set up. 2 down, 4 more to go.
Yeah, and Evos Phoenix steps up, kind of like the whole, coming from rebirth and all that, in the sense of, match 1, they didn't have the greatest game, but they had an amazing bounce back game. This is what you wanted. You could see how much confidence, how much anger, I would say, and how much preparation they had as they're back here, because they were ready for this one. They came back storming with 18 kills and that booyah.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of fights happening as well, but talking about fights, let's take a look at our official gaming chair sponsor, and that's none other than
Secret Lab. It's going to be the official chair partner of the Free Fire World Series. It's secretlab.co/2022. We're in the Titan Evo. Make sure that you do get, a chance to at least sit in it because it's super comfortable. It will help you game, and of course, all of the Free Fire players are sitting in the chair as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to game like a pro, get yourself one of these sweet gaming chairs. And that being said, let's take a look at, who you think will be heading into the favorites for third game.
Okay, every time I put out a favorite, I become vulnerable, right? And I feel bad because I feel like I'm putting too much pressure, or I'm cursing them, or something of that sort. Because I talked about Loud; they kind of haven't really done all that well, right? I think a lot of the teams have kind of found out what they've done, and this is a very aggressive team, and they've been very unlucky. They have not gotten any sort of placement points.
Yeah, absolutely. They were caught out of control, by Evos Phoenix, who had a fantastic round in the previous game, right? You talk about it, 18 kills along with the Booyah to accompany with it. Even Triple A, who were really strong in, just holding their fort, they had to, kind of just turtle up and make sure that the last remaining player, which was Kororo, had to pull out the turtle strike just to get second placement in terms of points.
And speaking of points, a lot of the teams are knowing that they're very important for those placement points. We've seen, 12 teams surviving at the 11-minute mark, right? Which is very different from typical Free Fire World Series, play, right? Where we see usually one team gets unlucky, they get knocked out on a drop-in. But, in this case, almost all of them have been able to revive themselves, get themselves back in the game. But this one's going to be purgatory, a little bit of a change of pace from Kalahari. What are your thoughts going into this match 3?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more action happen in the first half of the game, I would say. That's because a lot of these teams like to hot drop. We talk about Vivo KEYD and Wask. They like to drop into Forge. And then another one that I would like to point out is actually Evos Phoenix themselves. They usually drop into Marbleworks, where Farang also loves to drop in there as well. So we could possibly see one too many fights happen in the first half of that particular map.
Yeah, it could be hot, it could be heavy. We're gonna see how that one plays out. We're gonna go into game 3. This one's gonna be in purgatory. There's gonna be so much at stake. You do not want to be behind going into the end of the first half. We're gonna go into this one to see exactly who wins out in purgatory.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at the map as the players drop into the third game of the day of the Grand Finals. It's Purgatory.
And Purgatory, here we go. This is going to be a crazy one. There's a lot of rivers. There's a lot of strategic elements. Landmarks are very important. Where do you take it? Where do you play? How do you kind of do this? But let's look at the points exactly to see where we can go, how we can get ourselves into the money. We want to be in the top 6, I would say. But, of course, all of these teams are getting money. But, when Evos Phoenix and Attack All Around, both from Thailand at the top 2, Thailand might be coming home with a lot of money.
Yeah, I think Loud would be very happy with this circle, right? If, and only if they drop to where they usually drop in Crossroads. We saw the blue zone there, plenty of loot available for them. So like I said, Loud would be very happy for it. Immediately, we get V Gaming into some action alongside Vivo KEYD.
Okay, V Gaming and Vivo KEYD were like, hey, we both have a team name of V's, but, Nando's been knocked out. Vivo KEYD, this is a terrible start for them. They don't want to be in any of this sort of action. Modestia is just like, I'll stay on this watchtower. He tries to go for some sort of action, but on the other side of the map, Vastomundo in a skirmish with Echo Esports as well. There's action all around. I was telling people to hold on, but nobody wants any of that.
Absolutely, Vastomundo starting off really strong. Now, moving on to the updates here, we see Luca just taking the high ground.
Disrespect!
Immediately gets a knockdown onto Ombak.
Oh my gosh, did you see Luca there? He planted the stand right on the dead body of, the Echo Esports player. I sorry, I didn't catch the name, but unfortunately, he just let him have it. He didn't go for the kill and then the plant. He went for the plant and then the kill, and that's, this is what I love about this game. The trash talking, the elements of, T's involved.
I like how you kept that PC there. Now, moving on, we have Evos Divine. Not exactly the best start they would have hoped for as compared to their Evos counterpart. 2 members already down. And now, Vastomundo, they are feeling the heat. Or would I say feeling in the midst of it?
Yeah. But they're fine. This is a very different game, and I want to see the other teams start to pick up a little bit, to be more aggressive. General right now just running for his life, just looking for the revives. That's got to happen to give their team a chance right now. But they are crippled at this point, literally losing 3 members to start. Very bad start for them, but Vastomundo. Wow, this is a team that's really stepped up. They're on top right now. I mean, yes, it's a little early, but they've got 3 kills.
Yeah, this is the best start that you can hope for, right? Dropping the central, getting 3 kills, like you said, on the edge of the circle where they usually love to play, or at least in the first half before going aggressive. And with the circle update, you see the usual teams that drop into the middle of it all with Team Flash, as well as Attack All Around, just making themselves really comfortable at Brasilia, which I think is, it's as central as you can get in Purgatory.
No, it's the most important part, because if you end up being, you know, on the western island or the southern island, and then all of a sudden the circle happens to be on the other side, you are totally screwed. You have to swim across the river, and you just become literally fish in a barrel, so to speak, for any of those teams. Attack all around, they've been very strategic. Almost every single map, they tend to be in this central location. It's perfect for their playstyle because they like to let the other teams go to them.
And it's very consistent to how they actually play in the planes. We saw that coming out, that habit, the ability to just control the fight. And even then, we saw in Game 2 when they were playing in Kalahari, that was how they played. You know, you don't really have to take those fights. When you're down to a final member, just turn up knowing that you don't have the firepower to take a hit-on engagement with another team.
Yeah, don't be risky, but okay, one of the places that I don't like on Purgatory is the Moat House. And if you look at where, you know, Evos right now are in the top, Evos Divine, they're going to be going head-to-head against Mineros Esports. I don't think that that's a skirmish that people expected. Moat House is one of those types where I literally have a moat in a house, and yet you're coming towards me and crossing the river. Very dangerous spots. Jota right there. Hota getting shot out right now by Beyond.
Yeah, Jota had to find that out the hard way, and Beyond, like you said, getting those free taps. And here comes the rest of Mineros Esports just piling on, but Beyond holding his ground right there, and he's doing a fantastic job at this as well. He might just get a second kill, not exactly in his favor there. Fixer's gonna get the knockdown.
Yeah, though it was a 1-for-1 action, and they're going to continue on. Who pulls out so far? Mineros Esports has done quite well thus far, and it looks like they're going to pick up the rest of the team. This is a massive win for the LATAM team of Mineros Esports. They got 4 to their name. Hota, the MVP on their team, the latest acquisition. Yes, they've only played 2 years in the Free Fire Pro League, but my God, this guy's a monster. If anybody's looking to get into Free Fire, understand how this guy plays, because he's just going to help you improve, because he's just so mechanically sound. Everything that he's doing, you need to do as well.
Yeah, that was a perfect combination of using the time turner as well as the glue walls to just close up the gap by leaps and bounds, and eventually getting the job done by getting the knockdown onto Beyond. So I think this is something that a lot of teams, you know, kind of underestimate when they're going up against Mineros Esports, because like you said, they're a fairly new team as compared to some of these veterans in this game. But they've proven there that they can definitely hold your weight when they're up against those big boys.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're new or old at the end of the day. I know how to fire this gun. I know how to click some heads. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have a great time doing it. But, okay, attack all around. Again, very plain. My only concern with them is that seeing is that they haven't moved anywhere and they let the teams come to them, is that they don't really have a whole lot of the utility, which might affect them in the late game.
Yeah, it's all about resource management right here. And about attack all around once again, finding themselves in the middle of it all. We talk about Team Flash, not too far away. They haven't had the best start coming into today's games in the grand finals, but can they actually get some points off the Thai team here?
Need points. Need points. All the other teams are like, just please find a Thai team. Please take them out, because we need to ensure that, hey, you know, a friend of a friend. Enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? I think that's how the saying goes. And at the end of the day, if you stop the Thai teams, it's going to really help the rest of the teams in the Free Fire Pro League, or in the Free Fire World Series.
Or you could go super aggressive and just say that everyone is my enemy. No, it is a legit.
You don't have a lot of friends, do you?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, all right. They're frenemies? Are they? What side are they on?
I guess in the case for attack all around, everyone's the enemy, kind of. You know, you saw them play that in the first 2 games. They don't care which team you are. As long as you're coming up against the high ground, our ground, we're going to take you out.
Yeah. And they need to ensure that anybody that walks by pays the toll. Right? You have to be that troll under the bridge. You have to ensure that anybody that walks by is making sure that, hey, this is a scary team. You got to be careful of all the different angles that they have, and they're going to be safe. But they're right in the smack dab middle. Right? If you're looking at some of the other teams, look at Loud in the Northwest. Hasn't really been able to find anything, but look, Team Flash looking to find something.
Yeah, they got the first knockdown. They do lose Bloody in the midst of it all, but that is a small price to pay as they take over some control from attack all around. We do have members in the vicinity. Danger zone now going to be pushing them away. Shin dropping down the first. The shotgun to the back of the head of Folky as he tries to make an escape, but only finds himself dead.
Okay, Folky. I mean, if you're going to shoot the guy, maybe you shoot him in the face, not in the back, huh?
No respect.
No respect. That's just disrespectful, right?
You take whatever points you can get.
Yeah, no, actually, I would shoot the guy in the knee first, and then I would then, you know, just plant the stand, and then, okay, there's a reason why I'm not in the Pro League or in the Free Fire World Series.
Yeah, I'll be calling you a BM out for that. But now, taking a look at the update right here, Mineros Esports, obviously at the top of the table, 4 members still alive, 4 kills in the back. V Gaming not too far off with 3 kills of their own.
Yeah, and Team Flash doing pretty well. This is the bounce back game that we wanted from the old Burst the Sky team. They have a lot of experience coming in, playing in the last year's Free Fire World Series. I expect to see more. I wanted them to do more, especially since they were the top team in Vietnam. Vietnam, very strong region. V Gaming as well. There's a reason why there's 2 teams out of 12 in the entire world playing in the Free Fire World Series, but they haven't really had a whole lot of success thus far today.
Yeah, hopefully they will have their fortunes turned as we do get the circle update closing in. Brazil is still in it. I think this is really good for some of these teams that have already crossed the bridge. Mainly Evos, rather both Evos teams do like to take a little bit of a slow approach at the start, but now we're starting to see teams from the bottom end. Vastomundo taking a fight against Wask as well as V Gaming.
Yeah, and okay, if we see what's happening, V Gaming is just going to have to just buckle himself in right now, keep those glue walls alive, at least for now, but I don't know where the support is. Wask is getting shot at, and it looks like V Gaming are kind of just a bit of a skirmish, and Nunes from Vastomundo have actually third-partied, and they're at the right time at the right place.
Yeah, Vastomundo is masters of this. They love this third-party fights, and they're finding themselves ripping the rewards. They get a couple of free knockdowns there. Wask gonna fire some back as own. Blazzario gonna be the first one out. Already the Blazer 10's gonna be first one out. Wask, you know, just trying to buy time, trying to close up the gap, trying to cross that river, and Vastomundo not letting up this fight.
Yeah, not giving him any space to go. There was the bridge, there was that river. This is the problem with Purgatory. You have to make sure that you're in the right spot. You do not want to be going from open areas to try to find some cover at that point. At that point, it's way too late, and Vastomundo are on the run. Look, we see him running down the riverbank, and he doesn't want any part of, you know, Echo Esports at that time, but Farang, right nearby. I don't know if this is going to be a great start for it, but Farang gets a nice shot onto Koja.
Yeah, just taking the time right here, and Farang, you know, they had a better second game as compared to the first. I think they want to ride this momentum. And Koja, what are you doing? He tries to scout around, and Too Bad just gets a free knockdown here, but he's in a lot of trouble. But the rocket launcher buys him up, and Spain comes to his rescue as well. Now Echo Esports, they are punished for this push. And here comes Jambel trying to get the job done onto the last member. Dutt trying his best, but Echo Esports gets blasted in their face.
Echo Esports out. This is the #1 play-in team. They were doing so well up until that part. That seemed like a little suspect play where he was driving around on the bike. I don't know what he was doing. I think he was doing donuts or something. I don't know. But he was just like, hey, look at my bike. But then he just got shot off it. And Echo Esports pays with their life. They're down with as the 11th team, but 10 teams left. There's still plenty of time for these other ones to make a move. Loud, on the other hand, kind of quiet. They need to be more aggressive. They're playing it incorrectly. They're behind. They need those kills now.
Yeah, we saw that in Game 1 in Bermuda, where they rotated really slow, and this is very unlike Loud. You know, the Loud that we knew from last year's Free Fire World Series, they were aggressive, they went for kills, they were decisive, they got lots of frags, but this time around, seems like this switch up in play not really suiting themselves.
It's awkward, right? You're playing on the main stage, there's a lot of eyeballs watching you. You have teams that you've never played against. The meta is completely different, right? Getting yourself in that position where you feel comfortable, like in the other leagues, you play against those teams for like 6 weeks in a row. You understand the play styles and how they're going to be playing, so that you kind of get, you know, you kind of understand what the teams is going to do. But if we're looking at Loud here, they're getting some free shots on the Farang Esports. Loud, a bunch of vultures. They're making sure they get every single kill.
Yeah, and similar to how Bermuda was played out, Farang and Loud, they rotate slowly here. Farang on the receiving end of Loud's rough, and now heading into the southern end of the circle, Vastomundo going up against members of Wask, who are doing a fine job of getting those free shots from the top. But Mr. Ali just unfortunately gets knocked down from Crusher, who's at the bottom of the river, getting those, you know, pretty free shots towards his direction.
Okay, Mr. Ali was the MVP on Wask, and it seems super awkward because the rest of the team was getting shot at, and they're continuing to get shot at by Vastomundo here. Crusher just completely on point. Nice knock there, and it looks like he's going to be the last one, and they get the other one, and they clean up Wask. Vastomundo is on a roll with 8 kills to their name.
They have no respect for Wask right there. Wask had the higher ground, but Vastomundo is like, you know what? We got this glue walls. We're just going to buy a bit of time with the defense coming out from Time Turner, and they took the fight so well, losing only 1 member in the process. That is as good as a fight as it gets.
Yeah, that's perfectly what you want. But Mineros Esports right now, they're in a bit of a jam-packed building right now with Team Flash. And Team Flash, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find anything. Brian has been down. Fix of those 3 is down as well. And it looks like they're going to change it up. No, Yota back is in. He gets the nice pickup. He's going to heal his teammates. He's going to keep himself alive. He's going to clean up the rest of Brian, and it looks like Sam 13 has been eliminated as well. But Mineros Esports really stepping up, and this is exactly what you wanted, as they were, I think the top, the bottom 2 teams right now.
Yeah, they actually challenged Evos Divine at Moat House early in the game. They got a kill, the first kill, I believe, and then now they are looking to take this fight and try to jump. And here comes Loud coming in really loud, no pun intended. 3 knockdowns, Spade goes out, and now they're wrecking up to 6 kills. About scratch that. They take out Farang, who bows out in 9th place.
Oh, Loud. See, they're so good with their ambushes. They catch a team out, wide out in the open. Farang Esports is like, whoa, what was that? He gets knocked, and then all of a sudden the rest of the team is eliminated. Team Flash has been eliminated now as well. Mineros Esports with 8 kills to their name. Again, both of these teams really needed to step up as they're looking to just close out the first half with Game 3.
Yeah, LATAM teams, they are here, and they are here to stay. They did so well in that fight, and now that leaves Evos Divine with the remaining member in Beyond, who, ironically was the member to first go down at Moat House. And now, looking at the update, Circle closing into this area where there's not too much covers on. Very tactically challenging with the verticality on this side of the map.
Okay, Vastomundo has Luca left. He was the last one left on that team. This is great for them. Yes, they have 9 kills, but now it's about placement points. It's 7 teams left. There's plenty of room to figure something out. Evos Phoenix have taken the foot off the gas. They're like, we don't want any sort of action. This is not the one we're going to look to just go. We're going to look for pickoff. Yota will just gladly sacrifice him to the storm, deny points to the rest of the team. Evos Phoenix is there, but V Gaming with 6 kills. A lot of these teams, man, look at how many kills they have.
Yeah, Mineros Esports, they did well in that fight, but because of how long they took to conclude that, now, this storm is coming behind them. They're getting themselves hit by Evos Phoenix, and now Joanna with the rocket launcher to Fate's face, who goes down. That brings Mineros Esports out in 7th place.
Yeah, they got a decent number of kills, but Vastomundo, the last one, has been killed as well, and unfortunately that's the case, but it looks like that's going to be a pretty big one. And Evos Phoenix are now here. They've got 3 kills. They want to try to find something. They need to continue to do this. Loud have turned it up, and they are the kill leader. There's for a reason, but Jonah says hello as he tried to enter the building. He gets knocked right there. Jonah will happily take that.
Yeah, the rocket launcher meta coming to play right now. Jonah isn't stopping. Lost 21 gets knocked down, and I think K17, can he actually buy his team out? He gets a reply, but K17's caught out right outside the zone, as Jonah has no mercy for them, wrecking up to 5 kills. Loud now in a lot of trouble, but they have 9 kills on the board. Kronos, the last member standing.
Stay alive, my friend. You need the placement points. You've gotten the kills. Great. You're down to the last man. Don't take any sort of risk. Make sure that you have a chance here. Louder down to the last member. Kronos has to play smart. He has to play quietly, but he's been eliminated. Evos Phoenix comes from behind. Make sure that he cleans it up. They've got 7 kills, and they're like, happily take that one. But AAA, they're trying to do what they can. I think there were 4 strong at this point, but there's 8 players left. 3 teams left, 7 players.
And now V Gaming in the perfect spot because there's no more revival zones, no more vending machines. So that puts V Gaming against AAA. Whoever wins this fight, I think is looking to be fair to get the booyah. But, I don't want to invoke any strikers curse here. As V Gaming, well, they've got the knockdown, and now it's down to the final 2.
Evos Phoenix, perfect position. They played that one incredibly smart. Yes, there's only 2 members of them, but V Gaming have 3. This is going to be down to the last 5 players. Oh, Jonah runs right by him, gets the key, knocks down Dark Love. He gives himself a chance. Bintu and Ventan, how are they going to play this? Do they want to res him? Is it going to come down to that? Ventan, he's going to have to heal. Bintu's still alive. Dark Love is just more scouting more than anything else. They haven't given anything out, and it looks like they're going to continue to just kind of keep him from afar.
This is when you wish that you had Riptide Rhythm. You bring down the glue walls, you can finish off the queue. But now Evos Phoenix is gonna take this one slow. Moshi and Binsu buying time as they wait for the circle to start to close in. They're just separated by just one single fence.
Yeah, no real chance. I don't think you want to take this, especially with the numbers. But Jonah, I mean, yes, he's being supported, but Moshi's got to do everything. Oh, he tries to cover out. He does get knocked here, and it looks like Moshi's going to be the last one alive. And can he get the shot? He does get one shot. That's going to be one knock. Dark Love is still alive. He's going to try to be 1 versus 1. And there you go. Evos Phoenix take that one out, proving again why this is the championship team. They are so strong. Outgoing against a 2 versus 3, and they pull this one out.
They look untouchable at this point in time. They had you know, they had the odds against their favorites. It was a 2v3, but look at how Joanna bought so much time with the rocket launcher, finding knocks after knocks. V Gaming were left with a very tough question to ask. Do you revive your teammate or do you try to take this fight head on?
Yeah, that was it's a question, a situation I don't want to be in. It's one of the craziest things, but Evos Phoenix proving to be why they're one of the top teams, and they're going to continue to be with 2 booyahs in a row. But let's check the highlights.
Boy, oh boy, Evos Phoenix rises from the ashes right there. Just when it looked like the odds were stacked against their favors, the rocket launchers come in to help Joanna find that booyah.
I mean, it's one of those crazy things that you have a great situation, 3 versus 2 V Gaming that was, and you're gonna just close that one out. And at the end, sometimes you see the great jubilation, Evos Phoenix shushing everybody, and then you see the signs of defeat in the sense of V Gaming. They had a great opportunity to get those extra 3 points of that booyah, and it just kind of slipped through their fingers. It was one of those moments where you feel for them, but again, Evos Phoenix, just too strong of a team at this point.
I think in game 1, some of the teams kind of poked the bear right there, right? We talked about Evos Phoenix being lackluster in game 1, and they came out strong in game 2, and now in game 3, they proved that once again, they are the team to beat. Can they actually repeat the feat of what they did in last year's Free Fire World Series?
Okay, last year, they won the first 3 booyahs, 1, 2, 3 matches, right? And then I think they won the 6th one as well. So this is a team that just like, once they get that momentum, which they have right now, it's super scary. But let's talk a little bit about the match standings here. Evos Phoenix with 22, 10 kills, 12, and the booyah. V Gaming with 11 kills, 9 points with 20 points. Still very good by V Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a really good start, and they're leading that momentum, and hopefully this is the game that they need, or rather they have, to kind of just carry on into the last half of the day. Loud in 3rd place with 15 points, Vastomundo in 4th, not too shabby, with 14 points on the board.
Yeah, okay, but Mineros Esports, this is a game that they had to have gotten some points in. They got 12, that was a great one for them. Attack all around, yes, they were 2nd place, and this is probably going to hurt them in the long run right now, but this is the first half. They're still in prime position, even to make a run for it, towards Evos Phoenix, they have a chance. Evos Phoenix have not taken away and run away with everything thus far, so hold your horses at this point, but the other teams really need to help out. They need to ensure that they knock down Evos Phoenix early.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate, especially for a team like Vivo KEYD, who did really well in Game 2, and then coming to Game 3 to find themselves unfortunately knocked off the ball. Look at that, they've dropped to 7th place with only 26 points.
Yeah, this is it was a rough one. I mean, they started strong. I mean, they did get the booyah, they had that one, but they're not getting the kills. They're not finding that, that groove, so to speak. Evos Divine have struggled as well, and there's a reason why they're in 6th. And a tackle around, I feel like when you have 16 kills and you're in 2nd place, you're getting a little bit lucky in terms of the placement points, so that's why they're there. But look at the monsters of Evos Phoenix. 31 kills, Vastomundo with 21. I love the fact that this team has showed up. Big props to the European team.
Yeah, this is how competitive it is. You mentioned Evos Divine doing not so well 6th place. Last week, we wouldn't have said that. This is a completely different story, right? If you found yourself in the top half last week, you say, oh, they're doing well. It looks like they could possibly creep in the top 4. But now that we're in the grand finals, 6th place doesn't cut it.
It doesn't cut it, but again, 3 more matches, right? Like, let's, calm down a little bit. 4 or 5 will set it up so that you know exactly what's going to happen in that 6th place. But like last week when we had the play-ins, Ignis Esports thought they had a chance. They won the Booyah. They got a decent number of kills, but it wasn't enough. But let's look at the MVP here. Van Tan here, V Gaming, 5 kills. V Gaming, there's a reason why they ended up in 2nd.
Yeah, they did really well right there, and I felt like that game was theirs to lose, right? We talked about it, the advantage that they had, 3v2, no more vending machines, no more revival zone. At that point in time, it's just pure firepower. Unfortunately, they came out short, but this is still a fantastic game for Van Tam as 5 kills. Hey, that's no easy feat.
Yeah, and Van Tan is definitely going to be on the kill leaders as being the MVP with that one, but it looks like other people got 5 kills as well, with Evos Phoenix there, with Moshi getting 5 monster. Mineros Esports are Hyota. This guy, man, we knew he was going to be something that people needed to worry about, but the fact that he's like literally picking the team on his back, he's giving themselves a chance to, to score very highly, and this is a team that really nobody wants to deal with in Mineros Esports.
Yeah, Southeast Asian teams look to be one of the most aggressive teams coming into the grand finals. Vietnam as well as the Thai region, they look so strong coming in terms of firepower. But let's take a look at the key players that we have right now. Fixer, but pretty decent, I would say. 2 rescues, kind of like the angel of the team at this point.
Yeah. You need somebody that's like that in terms of the support, making sure that they do that. But Van Tan, not only is he getting kills, but he's also destroying glue walls. He's doing a great job with that. But V Gaming, Binsu as well, glue walls used, very good support usage, making sure that his team is safe. And now, while Echo Esports Duts, this is a guy that gets a lot of kills. He's won, 4 Predator awards himself, but getting chrono damage blocks, kind of not the stat that you really want.
Well, it could be a good thing if you're translating it into Booyahs, but unfortunately for Duts, at this point, well, blocking the damage but not dishing it out is, like we said, is just not cutting it. And I think this is something that Echo Esports need to quickly rectify if they want to put themselves a fighting chance of at least fighting into the top half of the table.
Yeah, and here's the issue with some of the teams, is that when you have that all-star, like the Hota, the Duts, all of these guys, don't get me wrong, the other players are very strong on the team, right? But the thing is that there are situations where you're putting too much pressure for them to do it. If he gets knocked out early, what are you going to do, right? You haven't been able to support that team properly, and it seems like we're seeing some of the faults of these teams, right? Are we looking for more well-balanced teams like Evos Phoenix, which almost anyone can just pop off at any moment? Or do you want that super all-star, that Michael Jordan who can carry the entire team?
At this point, I think, you kind of don't get a choice to choose, but if you had a choice, I'm pretty sure it would allow a chance. And now we are down to the final 3 games. Well, what are your thoughts, moving into the 4th one?
Okay, well, we've seen, it's been the Evos Phoenix story thus far in matches 2 and 3, right? This is one of those things where, I'm worried because I like things to be close. I want to give the Dark Horses a chance. The 5 or the 6, I want them to actually step up. It's going to be one of those moments that can happen. The second half is going to be very interesting to see who really wants it, who's going to step up, but we're going to find out right after this break.
In a dog-eat-dog world, you can't trust anyone. Only your gun can show you the way to survive. In a world where everything has changed, I fight for myself. The techies are no longer a small gang in Greasa. But I cannot yet lay my old buddy down to rest. Just like a shark, you never stop swimming. Even though I am blind, I can see the world better. so-called sighted people. Now that I've picked up the scent, all I need to do is hide in the shadows, waiting for my prey. Found you.
Hello, survivors. The battle is starting. Here are the teams y'all are gonna see in the play-in. Among them, just a few teams have a shot to make the finals. Let's see which teams will earn their seats in the finals.
Thought they had the high ground. They thought they were walking in and they were just gonna destroy everybody.
Knocked down as well. They managed to hold their own with only one member left.
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your height is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your height is more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. It is up.
Three games down, 3 more to go, and we are jumping back into Bermuda once again. My name is Aris, cussing inside me, and it's going to be none other than Howler. But what a day this has been. It's been so close for all of these teams here at Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa.
This is pretty much it. There's 3 more matches. There's no more room for error. We're going to find out who really wants it in this next game. If you might be mathematically eliminated going into 5th and 6th, which is super depressing, but it might happen for some of those bottom-dwelling teams. Right now, it's about all of the other teams. Who can step up? Who can take out the team from Evos Phoenix, from the Thailand team? It's going to be super important.
Yeah, I think this is, something that the teams will be paying attention to closely, and something that we also have to pay attention to is none other than Secret Lab, our official gaming chair partner of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa.
Yeah, secretlab.co/2022. Make sure that you get the Titan Evo chair. It's going to be great for you. All of the players, of course, using that. And we're going to go into match 4. Very important here. Ensuring that you get your points, you get your kills, you get your placement, you ensure that you do all the things right, but sometimes you just get unlucky, and it's just really unfortunate for you.
Yeah, it's all about consistency right here. I think one of the teams that is doing that really well is Attack all around. Yeah, not the best game in Game 3, but I think if they can keep up the performances of what they did in Game 1, Game 2, keep the strategy going of just controlling the circle, take fights when teams are coming in really late, make sure that they gatekeep and hopefully they do get some free points, I think they'll do well. But now, coming back into Bermuda, this is one of the teams that, does really well, attack all around, very consistent. Another team to look out for as well is Vivo KEYD. They came in second in terms of total number of points, but they were the team to actually get the booyah.
Okay, well, I totally agree with all those statements, but Free Fire is a game of momentum. We're seeing a lot of the teams that, like, the Mineros Esports, the V Gaming, the Evos Phoenixes, they're finding ways to get those kills, right? Loud has kind of done that as well, but they haven't scored as many points. Right now, you need to ensure that you continue on the streak. Hopefully you get lucky. You need to ensure that when you're getting into the, the later stages of the game, you don't want to get third party. We're seeing too much action where you're taking too much risk and you're getting punished for it.
Yeah, there is no more warm-up, no more second chances as they dive into the last rotation of the map. You've done this the first time, the second and third time round. Now is where the teams, or rather the hungriest teams, will start to shine. And I think, like you mentioned, Evos Phoenix is one of the teams that, none of the teams seem to have an answer for them as of now.
All right, I asked Abstract this question last time. Okay, you're on the bottom looking up. What do you tell your team to ensure that they have a better performance this game?
I think to just kind of begin that motivational speech, you begin by saying, okay, look, we have nothing to lose right now. We're looking from the bottom. Hopefully at the end of it all, I can say we're here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty massive step up. Every single 2 places or so is going to get you more money, right? You want to ensure that you have an opportunity to get the lion's share of this $2 million USD prize pool, which is actually crazy if you think about it, right? This is life-changing money. First place is going to get you $500,000. I mean, if you had $500,000, what are you spending it on?
I would be doing a crazy ton of unresponsible monetary decisions, but hopefully the teams will not be doing that as we jump into game number 4. None other than the OG of all maps,
Bermuda, we're back to where it started. It's going to be there. It's going to be game 1 all over again in that sense. But hopefully teams have kind of figured out what they did wrong. I mean, it looks like the drop is going to happen here. The teams don't are going to see what they can do. But this is one of those moments where, again, teams are still, they know what they do. They know where they're dropping. But, I don't know what else to say at this point.
Oh, yeah, obviously. And you look at the scoreboards right now, Evos Phoenix still at the top. Teams are starting to drop down right now. I think this, this flight path is pretty central as it can get, coming from the east all the way to the western. And we do see teams dropping really early. Vivo KEYD looks like they're dropping into the same zone as they were in the first map of Bermuda, right down in the middle of the strip.
Okay. All right, we're going to see the drop here. Evos Phoenix is there. Wask, oh, I love this costume, by the way. Okay, when in doubt, you just change costumes, all right? That helps you a lot.
You got to confuse the opponents.
Okay, now I'm a dinosaur. Now I'm a lion. What are you going to do?
All right, Team Loud here immediately taking a fortunate hit from Mr. Ali. Well, he was angry in game 2 where he got knocked out, but here is coming for revenge. Loud and clear, message received.
Yes, and that's what you want to do. Baby steps, right? You might be behind, but you got to get that single kill. You win that team fight. You win that 50-50. Give yourself a chance to be like, hey, there's a reason why we're the top 12 teams in the world, right? We're here for a reason, and we're going to make sure our name is heard.
Now, dropping straight down into Clock Tower, it's none other than Evos Phoenix, who's standing at the top of the leaderboard alongside against Mineros Esports, who did really well in game 2. Don't get me wrong, but this is a different ball game. We're talking about Evos Phoenix.
Okay, last game, what they did was they actually played it a little bit, patiently. They didn't take any sort of risk. They were looking for placement points, understanding that they have a monster lead right now. They're going to probably continue to do that. They're going to vulture as many kills as they can. Now, some of the other bottom-dwelling teams, I hate to use that term, but it's unfortunately the state of the game for them. Those are the teams that really need to step up. They need to be aggressive. They need to ensure that you take a little bit more risk so you can get more kills, because you need all of the points that you can get at this stage.
Yeah, unfortunately for Loud, they're once again, not the best stuff for them. Evos Divine doing real well, just swarming the teams. I like how Evos Divine takes this fight, right? The fact that they dropped the Sentosa and, you know, maybe Lady Luck shining on them as well. Circle closing in onto the southern eastern part, which means Evos Divine have all the time in the world to just kind of loot and then not pressured into rotating in where, you know, teams on the other side of the main island could be just, you know, gatekeeping them.
Yeah, and look, I love Loud. I was talking, about the pregame about the fact that they were one of my favorites going into this one. It seems like they've been really unlucky, but hey, this is the 4th match. If you have 4 matches in a row and you're being very unlucky, it's actually you, not me at this stage, right? You seem to be making mistakes. You seem to be getting into the hot drop spots where you're taking a lot of unnecessary risk.
Well, on the flip side of the coin, this just means that every single team out there is stepping up their game, right? It's no more just testing grounds. They're really out here to prove, or at least try to claim the title of being the best Free Fire team in the world. And here comes Evos Phoenix trying to defend that crown, doing it really perfectly against Mineros Esports.
Oh, Evos Phoenix, they found Mineros Esports, and they were going to look to clean this one up, and they were cheering. They got Hota down already. They do get the revive. He's back in it, but Getbu, it looks like he's going to take on Gluso, and it looks like they've got a great start to this one. They've got 3 kills to their name, but Mineros Esports still not out of this one. They're going to look to just kind of slow things down, maybe take it a little bit safer elsewhere.
Yeah, I love this coming from Evos Phoenix. The fact that they like to drop where, you know, revival zones are means that the moment they lose the early fight, they can quickly get their teams up and running and try to take a second, third, fourth, you know, refrags. And this is important because you get the kill stays and converts into points, and if you can do that consistently in the early game, that sets it up really, really well in terms of, you know, momentum and also taking into the final stages of this particular map.
And it looks like Mineros Esports are almost back to full right now, which is actually huge for them. Crusher is going to be revived as well. So, you know, again, it's about the revive system. Sometimes you get a little unlucky, and it's one of those things where it kind of mitigates most of that, and it makes things a little bit more consistent in the end. So, you know, it's really going to help out this team, give themselves a chance. Mineros Esports need to stay alive. They cannot be eliminated early. Pretty much is a death sentence at this point.
Yeah, and well, now currently on the map, this is what I love about Attack all around. The moment the circle update comes in, they get on their bikes, literal bikes, all vehicles, depending on how you look at it, immediately travels into the second center of the zone. This is what they're known for. This is the way they played in planes, and this is how they're going to play it. They're not pressured by the fact that they're not getting booyahs. They say, you know what, we're just going to play in our most comfortable style. This is the style that we are known for, that we're most comfortable in. This is how we're going to get the points. We're going to do it my way or the highway.
Okay, you know that Attack all around, you know these guys are, you know, rich. The reason being is that they have cars and they can afford gas. Both of those things are actually key at this stage, and they're both moving along. I mean, this is a team that, you know, look at the car, man. Look at the rims on that thing. But look at Beyond. He's got his own angel wings, and he's going to just kind of jump out of that one. And Evos Divine, another team. We haven't seen them find their groove yet. Yes, they've had a decent number of games where they've gotten kills, but they haven't really kind of, you know, gotten that elusive booyah yet.
Yeah, and here comes the Mena gamble, right? Will the circle eventually end in Sentosa? Or will it move towards the northern end, or rather southern end of Kototoa, where, you know, that means that Evos Divine will have to make a quick rotation. They might get gatekept like from teams like Attack All Around or even Evos Phoenix themselves. Hopefully they don't, but we've seen this one too many times, especially in the previous maps, where teams traveling in late get punished because of the late rotation.
Yeah, everybody gets punished by the late rotation. It's about awareness. It's about understanding where you could be potentially flanked. If there are times where your tunnel vision, and it looks like Fede's all by himself, really nowhere to go. JLX is just unloading on him. Fede throws out the grenade, misses on that one, but Folky's trying to wrap around. He does make him turn a different direction, and that was perfectly played by Attack all around. Too many different angles, not able to cover it, and Jetty goes down.
Yeah, I think he did his best there, but there's just too much firepower in, you know, the favor of Attack all around. The first ones to get there, they stick very closely as a team. This is the style, the Thai way, and, you know, it's proven to be quite successful in the previous games. But now, a little bit of an update. Evos Phoenix still late into circle. Same goes for teams like Loud, where they're coming in from the factory, and we do see, you know, a little bit of an airdrop. Nice looking scenery there. Hopefully the teams do get to enjoy the view, but, you know, no time to enjoy as we head into the very second circle.
Okay, it looked like Hoi-Sang was going to go grab that crate up. It looks like he was going to be there. But Mineros Esports, they had early skirmishes. They're down to 3 players. All of them have been zombified. They are back, and they need to make something happen. Yes, there's only one player that's technically been killed, but it's on your team. And Mineros Esports haven't found that kill yet. They haven't found that groove. They haven't been able to find anything other than, you know, a couple deaths on their side.
Yeah, this is not the perfect start, but I think what the strategy here is just to kind of play it safe, because you don't know where the whereabouts of the teams are. You haven't really heard too much firefight. You need to scout the rest of the team. And talking about scouting, Crusher here runs straight into members of Echo Esports. There's a little bit of distance. The rest of Vastomundo have already abandoned him, and Crusher, unfortunately, will get swallowed whole by members of Echo.
Oh my gosh, he just turned around, he was like, and he saw 3 people. This is like walking into that dark alleyway where you get mugged. You know something bad is gonna happen, but why would you turn that corner, especially without your friends? Just really bad spot for him, but it looks like Jonah gets the knock here, and it looks like he's gonna clean him up, and it looks like there's gonna be more going in. Evos Phoenix just completely on point. Farang Esports are looking to be there, but the Get, the Get has been knocked. The Cruise is the last one alive. Is he able to clutch this one out? This would be a massive win for almost all the other teams. They do get the pickup. That's gonna be a good start. Moshi's back in. He's gonna look to heal himself, and he looks like he's gonna go run back. Nice glue wall. That's gonna buy him time to pick up the other one. Farang Esports are kind of moving around, but they haven't cleaned up the kills. Jemball's looking, he's looking for Moshi. Moshi's just buying some time, and he's looking to fight this one. And it looks like they might actually turn this around. Nice grenade. That's gonna create a little bit of space right here. And Jemball's been knocked, and Evos Phoenix, they were on the back side, and it looks like Farang Esports have been completely thwarted.
What a ton of events right there. Seemed like the bad start for Evos Phoenix. 3 members down. You left the Cruise. Boots on an individual play, which was the sickest glue wall. Turn around 180 degrees. Comes in, gets 2 members rest up, and then they regroup and take the fight, winning it and getting themselves a total of 6 kills at this point. Boy, they look so untouchable.
Oh my gosh, the Cruise. There's a reason why this guy was MVP of last year's Free Fire World Series, right? He was down. There were 2 other people knocked. He was literally by himself. The fact that he was like, okay, what is the smart play to do? He throws up the glue walls, realizes that they're too far to actually make a play. He gets the nice little pickup. They just completely outplayed them. It was like 200 IQ in that sense of, just understanding the state of the game and what you needed to do. Evos Phoenix continuing to roll. Now they want to go for Fed. He sees the gun. They get the knock, at least on that one. The Get with a pistol knocks him down. That's doing it in style.
Yeah, I think they knew it was a lost cause there, right? There's just too many members in the way. But on the bright side, they're not out of the game just yet. They only lost 1 member. There's more than enough time, more than enough, revival points to kind of just get your members into it. But now, talking about revival, Evos Phoenix eventually gets the Get back into the game. They're 4-man strong, looking to just ride this momentum. And speaking of riding the momentum, look at that. The Get getting 3 kills by himself.
Oh my gosh, he's got almost 800 damage at this point, right? Essentially, everybody has 200 HP for the people that are new at Free Fire. You know what I mean? The fact that he's doing like more than 3 right there. But Vastomundo now, they're very low. They're going to run into Evos Phoenix, and Evos Phoenix is like this freight train. How do you stop these guys? He's getting all the pickoffs, and Blazer 10 is like, if I don't move, they can't see me. He's all by himself. He does get shot in the end, and Vastomundo been eliminated. Evos Phoenix, 10 kills.
He tried to play dead, and Evos Phoenix was like, no, I'm going to put you in the grave for real. And here we go. This is a perfect run from Evos Phoenix so far. 4 members still strong. Can't say the same for the rest of the teams, but we do see Team Loud here. They have 0 kills on the board, and as I speak, Team Farang unfortunately goes out in 11th place.
All right, Evos Phoenix, their victory sign, so to speak, is to shush people. And to be honest, all they've been doing is shushing people all day today. It's been like, a whole other story.
Charm.
It's their lucky charm. Okay, well, okay. That is an amazing lucky charm for me to be shushing people. But look at this bridge fight here. Evos Divine, now they're going to be looking to go against Loud. Both of these teams need these points. They need to ensure that their utility is going to be on point, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of a skirmish. The glue walls keeping themselves alive. The time turner slowing things down, and it looks like Con 7. Oh, but the drive-by! He actually hits him, but the grenade was there. He actually knocks him down with the vehicle. Loud has been eliminated. He drove right by him, ran him over.
They started it off with a Riptide Rhythm, blocked by the time turner there, and they're like, you know what? If it doesn't work, we'll use the vehicles to run you down the ground. It worked perfectly for them. And talking about the time turner, here comes Vivo KEYD. They're coming in really hard against Team Flash. Bill trying to revive his teammate there, but they got shot at the back. General doesn't really have the angle to support his team right here. Are they going to go for the fight? Oh, there's here. It's going to be the next one down. It's all down to Nando, who's healthy, but he's not there to help his teammates, and they've just bailed out. They know they can't win the fight, and Team Flash will take the win.
Yeah, Nando is going to be revived here. He's going to look to just help his team right now, and they really need they need the points right now. General is also with him, but it's just those two. How much can they do? Evos Phoenix, back to them. They were seeing what they're doing. They're just owning this bridge, making sure that nobody has any sort of space. Jonah's got 2 kills to his name, but they sense somebody's nearby. There must be a reason why they're sticking around on this low ground here.
But they do hear that Mineros Esports is near. But like you said, the bridge looks good at this point. Both Evoses on this bridge in the circle. Storm completely evading them. But as I say, Castle Skirts strikes again, moves it up to north, where we do see attack all around and Wask fighting it out. Attack all around, getting knocked down. And that's going to be V Gaming on the receiving end. Binchu on that bike, but now sent to the next lobby as Wask has the higher ground. But can they take this fight? Attack all around does have some structure around them in terms of the terrain, with this rocks providing the cover. They have the glue walls as well, which we know they're so good at using.
Kororo with that amazing shot on that drive-by on that motorcycle. This is the former best rookie. He was MVP in FFPL at Season 4. This is a guy that's an absolute monster. Literally the best player on that team on attack all around. There's a reason why the Thailand teams are both very scary. They're both very mechanically sound. They understand the state of the game, and they don't take any risks. If we see what Evos Phoenix are doing, hey, we've got our 10 kills. Now let's just kind of camp out. What are you going to do? There's 8 teams left. We don't need to do anything risky.
Well, but as we say that, members of Evos Divine now have to push towards Evos Phoenix as the storm closes in. And that's going to be the first move made out here. They're going up against one another. Meanwhile, attack all around also looking to try to close this fight against members of Wask. The time turner there just going to buy some time as Foki now moving on to side, trying to get a better angle. As we see him get knocked down, downly. No chance there. No advancement for you as Moshi snipes beyond off the side of the bridge. And Hosang, he does try to provide that cover fire for his teammate. No good to go. But here comes Moshi. The grenade from JLX knocks down 2, takes 1 out, and they are looking to be on fire. And Joanna on the outside map, Wask gets 1 out and 8th place. And Moshi looking to close the ground. Evos Divine, you're up against the potential champions, and they are taking this fight so badly. Joanna gets knocked down as well, gets revived by his teammate. He has the grenade launcher on hand, but look at that. Both Evos are in a lot of trouble as Mineros Esports are just nearby. They're looking to try to get the third-party fight.
Evos Divine, Evos Phoenix, all there, as well as Mineros Esports. There's just too much action. Attack all around. Kororo just with another kill. Evos Phoenix, Getboo gets knocked as well. Jonah's going to be the last one. He's going to look to heal himself, look for placement points, keep himself alive. They've got 13 kills already, but Moshi is just turning this one up. He does have 3 kills to his name, 13 kills on that team, but Kororo with a quad, and to Echo Esports finally gets eliminated from Shin. Just really well played by Team Flash at that point. But Evos Divine, attack all around. Evos Phoenix, all in the same area. Who's going to make the first move? Who wants to show themselves? There are 6 teams left, 15 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, Evos, right? They both get caught out just slightly outside of the storm, and Mineros Esports, they have no idea what's happening, right? If they could only see what we are saying, they would have known they kind of just push down the 2 final members of the 2 separate teams. And now Vivo KEYD unfortunately going out in 6th place, and there's down to the last 5 teams. And Team Flash looking really strong as we see Shin with 7 kills leading the kill leaderboard.
That's so crazy. 2,300 damage. Shin, this guy's an absolute monster, right? Like that is somebody nobody wants to mess around with. But attack all around, 11 kills. This is the team that's managing to find it, right? JLX with that amazing grenade on Wask completely blows out that team fight. They give themselves a chance, and Evos Phoenix has been eliminated. Huge win for attack all around as they look to clean up Mineros Esports on this side.
And now it's down to the final 3 teams. Team Flash with 10 kills of their own in Bermuda. And here comes the grenade, and he will get it. Bill with the knockdown on Quizzo. And then there were 2. Attack all around. Can they go up against the Vietnamese team? It's down to the final circle here. They're pushing it in. The time turner as well as the glue walls trying to block out those damage coming in from Team Flash grenade. And they actually do have the advantage. But now look at this. JLX coming in from the side. Kororo tries to advance, but gets immediately shut down by Brian, who has the support of JLX. And now it's down to a 2v1.
Team Flash was on the bottom. They were literally the 12th place, but this is a monster game for them. This is something that they needed to have. But Brian is going to be one of the only ones surviving right now against AAA, and it looks like AAA want to go for this, and they go directly toward it, attack all around, make sure that they get it, and they do it in style. They get that booyah, attack all around, gets the booyah.
individual plays throughout and eventually getting the secured booyah against Team Flash. Boy, this has been a ride for the Thai team. We talked about their playstyle, how different they are as compared to the rest of teams who were so aggressive. But here, like you say, don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, but let's check out the highlights of that game. That was going to be match 4 in Bermuda. Let's see what happened in that game. I think it's pretty obvious that the Thailand region, very, very strong. Attack all around, Evos Phoenix. It's becoming a rat race as of who can play this one out, because Attack all around, yes, they got their first booyah, but they have so many kills. They have so many points, and it's going to be very close as we get in. It's going to be a rat race to the end.
Yeah, you and Abstract asked for action, and you are getting it here firsthand at Free Fire World Series 2022 in Sentosa. Boy, oh boy, that final circle. I have never seen a better play coming out from the abilities of characters they were using, right? The ability to just block grenades, coming out with the time turner, you know, using the glue walls, and we saw a good individual play coming out from some of the members of Evos Phoenix as well. Unfortunately, that was just not enough.
Yo, it was definitely not enough at that point, but I think they got ambushed. They didn't actually see that side, and they did get picked off in the end, and they're going to go back into the replay and check that one out, because I think that, you know, Evos Phoenix, they realized that, hey, they had like 13 kills to their name. They were on a roll, but it was just a matter of just kind of finishing it out, make sure that you had that placement. You didn't have enough strength to ensure that you finish the strong and get that booyah.
And here we go, game 4. At the end of it all, it looks like Attack all around do get 26 points with that booyah, as well as 14 kills. Coming up in the second is Team Flash with 12 kills, bringing it up to a total of 21 points. Evos Phoenix as well as Evos Divine getting 20 and 12 kills respectively. Unfortunately for them, they could have done better if not for the fact that they took one another out, which leaves Mineros Esports in 5th place with 8 points, Echo in 6th with 6 points.
Yeah, and Vivo KEYD kind of on the bottom with 6, Wask with 5, V Gaming with 2, Farang Esports with just 1, and Loud with 1, and Vastomundo with 0. And one thing's about super important in Free Fire is to be consistent. We're seeing some of these teams, yeah, they have an amazing team. Vivo KEYD actually had a booyah, but the thing is that other times they've kind of been lackluster. They haven't been able to play things out. If you're looking at what we're looking at the top, Team Flash was on the bottom. They've made themselves back into team, you know, the second rank on this one with 21 points. Absolutely massive for them. This is going to be a big bump up and something that they really needed going into the second half.
And now looking at the updates for now. Overall standings, look at that. Evos Phoenix, despite bowing out slightly earlier than they would have liked to, they still are at the top with 76 points. However, Attack all around now starting to creep up very closely behind them with 68 points of their own.
Yeah, Thai teams versus everyone else, right? Vastomundo is 40. They had a donut of a game last one. And the fact that, you know, V Gaming is right behind as well as Evos Divine with just 1 point behind and 39 points. But Loud is somehow in the top 6 through all of this. Vivo KEYD as well with 32. I mean, it's just pretty much kind of in that middle tier area versus the Thai teams, which seem to be on a whole nother level.
And unfortunately for the teams at the bottom, it is going to be Team Flash, despite getting close to booyah in match number 4, still finding themselves in 8th place with 30 points. Echo Esports in 9th with 25. Farang in 10th place with 23. Mineros Esports in 11th with 21 points. And eventually completing the table, Wask at the bottom of it all with 17 points.
Yeah, it's definitely not over right now. But let's check out the MVP at this stage. I think that was a monster game from Shin. He just had 7 kills. I think it was close to 2,500 damage in that one. I mean, once he died, though, Team Flash kind of just like crumbled, right? They need a lot more games from this. I don't know if he's going to be able to repeat 7 kills in a game. That's almost like unheard of, but it's one of those things where we need the rest of Team Flash, the Vietnamese team, to really step up. We want to see more from this team, and we want to see them have a better chance, because they have a potential to be in the top 6.
Yeah, they have excellent snipers, and unfortunately that did not convert into the booyah, but looking to kill little bots. Obviously, you raved so much about Shin, but it is attack all-around show, as standing on the podium surrounding Shin is JLX and Kororo with 6 and 5 kills respectively.
Attack all around. They're 8 points behind Evos Phoenix. That's crazy, considering the fact that, you know, Evos Phoenix had those monster games with those booyahs. You think that those guys have kind of ranked away and that they run away with it and they really didn't have a chance. But let's look at the key players of that last one. That was going to be match 4 still. Very important to ensure that we're, Mr. 05, he had 2 vehicle kills, pretty huge in that sense of just nobody driving by. You know, he's going to be that the toll gate security guard, so to speak. But BO with 8 Skylar glue walls destroyed, ABAX with 16 glue walls used, very important. And Brian, of course, with the 2,400 damage, which is actually pretty crazy for Chrono.
Yeah, all these stats looking very impressive, but it's not only about the stats, it's about how you convert all these important numbers into the one that matters the most, and that is the total number of points that you have as of now. And like we said, Evos Phoenix, yes, they had a rough game in Game 1 as well as Game 4, but the consistency as well as the fact that they got a booyah with a high amount of kills in Game 2 still puts them at the top, but not in comfortable position though. As we talk about attack all around, it can't count that out there just yet.
Okay, well, for the record, you kind of sounded like my dad in the sense that you were like, oh yeah, all of these stats don't really matter. All that matters are kills and placement points, right? There are more things to life than just getting that straight A on, in math and English. Sorry about that, Dad. That was a very personal attack right there. But it's one of those things where you need to ensure that everything kind of helps out the team, right? You put your team in a position to win, they have a great chance to pull out the victory.
Yeah, I think it's really about momentum right now. We talk about how important it was for players to kind of just carry on that momentum, and you can definitely feel it, right? Teams are starting to have the consistency in the playstyle, and one of the 2 teams as attack all around as well as Evos Phoenix, who are at the top, and there is still quite a bit of a gap for other teams to actually catch up. Is there enough time though? Because we are just down to our final 2 maps.
Yeah, it's going to be down to the final 2 maps, and it looks like it's going to be Abstract's going to be coming in. He's going to be finishing it off with Eris, and they're going to take you to the last 2 matches, and it's going to be phenomenal finish. Who's going to want it? It's going to be the Thai teams. It's going to be the other ones. There's going to be so much action. We need to see who really is going to step up. Is it going to be one of the other teams? Who can play spoiler? Who can ensure that they're there? We're going to find out with match 5. That one's going to be coming up right now.
La Luna was at the top of the world after the Great Collapse. But they forgot about balance. The world needs both order and chaos. Our troublemakers walk in the dark. I welcome you to the world of the Mambas. We may be hiding in the shadows, but we're painting the world back into color. That's why we're taking on the mighty Horizon, the largest tech company in the world. They are no fun, and they're trying to take over the world. We won't be silent this time. We found out what they're doing on Bermuda. People are finally seeing them for what they truly are. The smartest of them joined the Mambas. Others became our allies. And many more fight solo. Hey, Horizon, can you feel it? We're coming for you.
Thought they had the high ground. They thought they were walking in and they were just gonna destroy everybody.
Knocked down as well. They managed to hold their own with only 1 member left. Against Team Ace to do something against the last member remaining. He found himself dumbfounded, flabbergasted, as all of the team already been resurrected. The time is nigh for all these 12 players to come together and to fight it all out. He's still holding himself right behind the tree. He gets one for himself, and that is going to be 2v2 all alone right now. 1v1. He's got to do something about this ASAP, but it doesn't seem like things are looking.
Wanna watch a movie?
Can't make it.
Hey, go shopping. Not available. Why is everyone so busy? Don't wanna be an outsider? Watch Free Fire World Series.
This is a shakedown.
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop, these things that you hide is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop and won't stop, these things that you hide is as more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now back in for the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. My name is Abstract. I'm back together here, of course, Eris.
Yes, it has been a fantastic day so far. A lot of kills, a lot of fantastic team duos, and hopefully the teams are enjoying it as well. I'm pretty sure some definitely enjoying it a little bit too much more than the others.
Well, the competition has been tough so far, but when it comes down to the Thailand teams, it kind of seems as though it's not as tough for them.
Well, obviously a lot of hard work put up all the way by the teams up to this moment, and I gotta say, it's paid off for some of the Thai teams.
Well, it definitely paid off. But speaking of paid off, I'm pretty sure that Secret Lab, they definitely paid off when it comes down to making sure that their Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 is just making everything work out. Because if you want to sit like a pro, if you want the players to sit like a pro, well, definitely make the chair, and this is what we have got. Of course, they are the official gaming chair partner, so Secret Lab, thank you so much. Take a look at www.secretlab.co/2022 to take a look at their wide range of chairs of different designs and materials.
Yes, and now moving on to the main pointer here. Which team is going to be stepping it up in Kalahari? Obviously, we know the answer for the first map in game number 2, where we saw Evos Phoenix completely stomped out the rest of the competition, coming in with a booyah, as well as a fantastic number of kills. In fact, 18 to be exact, 18 kills.
They have a lot of kills to their name. And they ain't gonna stop. There is still 2 more games to go. And I believe that in every single one of these games, Evos Phoenix will still want to show what exactly they are made of. They are high above everyone else in the leaderboards, but hey, At this point in time, it is not too late yet for all the other teams to catch up. Let us not count them out because there are still other teams that are still trying to catch up to them, specifically Vivo KEYD and Vastomundo.
Yeah, these two teams, they're just lingering around. Yeah, a little bit of a lackluster performance coming in, but Vivo KEYD getting the first booyah of the day, as well as the fact that Vastomundo are trying to take fights to the best of abilities. Didn't really work out for them so far, so hopefully that will improve. But let's focus at the top of the table because that's what we're here about, right? Talking about the favorites and making sure that the hype stays real. Two Thai teams at the top right now with two very contrasting playstyles. On one hand, you have Attack all around that loves to just sit in the center of the circle, soak in and gatekeep, while you have on the other hand, Evos Phoenix, the reigning champions from last year's performance, coming in, taking fights very aggressively and always seeming to be able to find something out of nothing.
Well, they are crowned the kings of the kings for a very reason. And Attack all around, they don't come into the Free Fire World Series playing like any other teams in their region. They are crowned as the crafty team. They know exactly what they need to do in order to turn other teams against, well, practically the other team. They know what they need to do in order to increase their advantage instead of decreasing other people's advantage. They love to play in the lower grounds, and whenever possible, they will hint at the opponents, manipulate them to attack the opponents that they themselves want to attack. And they also made sure that the positioning is always working out well.
Yeah, one player which I think it's really overrated, or rather underrated, is actually Hoisang. Right, he is that player that does a lot of the dirty work for his team, right? Going in, trying to buy time, trying to create a little bit of a distraction around it, while Kororo gets the kill. So I think that is where the team effort comes in. It's really, really important to notice that sometimes players that do not get the highest number of kills or do the most amount of damage still have a very important part to play to try to set up for that win.
I mean, in the end of the day, it is Thailand that is reigning victory. But I don't want to say that just yet. Like I said, 2 more games to go. Evos Divine, they are also one of the teams that we gotta have to look out for. They are definitely strong, but they have yet to reach their peak performance, and the time is definitely gonna be now.
Well, if not now, then when? Because we are left with 2 games, and now heading into the second half of Kalari, let's just kind of recap of what happened in the first map. We had a very early fight between Attack all around and Echo, who, the former actually got 3 kills at the SOP. So that is one of the hot drops that we have to really look out for, because that's a contested area. And then next off, we got Farang against V Gaming, who also got 3 kills. Then eventually from there on, it's kind of a little bit of a blur, because Evos Phoenix was like, Echo, boom, Loud, boom, Vivo KEYD, boom, Vastomundo, boom. They were just completely wiping out every single team that they saw.
It was just fast game altogether, and I am just thrilled to bring you guys the next game of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa, set in Singapore, as all of these teams from many different regions fight it out to see who will get themselves more points than the other. So prepare yourself, sit at home, and of course, and now it's time for you to bear witness the next winner for the next Kalahari map here. Who's going to be the one?
Looking at the map right now, the flight path kind of just dividing the map into 2, and the middle of it all flying from the western end to the eastern end. And once again, we do see teams kind of just dropping into the comfort zone right now. We talk about the 2 teams, Attack all around Echo, that kick things off in the first map of Kalahari, where we saw them fight it out for the shop. So will we see that again? Well, remains to be seen. But now, Evos Phoenix against Team Loud in the center of command post. Who's going to come up on top?
Oh no, this is not going to be a great start for some of the teams here. As you can see from the kill feed, you are starting to see Echo already in the midst of it all, in the thick of things. And not just them, Evos Phoenix, they have decided to drop themselves right inside of command post. And so does Evos Divine.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough. Chronos coming in from the side, and I think that is not the move that you want to make. Ammo 5 gets the first knockdown. That's going to be the first blood of the game.
Oh no, looks like it is not Evos. At this point in time, command post, they're just working their way through and doing whatever that they can to get some kills in. And now it's going to be Jonah. He's getting himself close and closer and closer. The rest of the members coming from the side of Evos Phoenix, they're moving their way. They found themselves a knockdown onto Noda, and that is going to be an easy kill to the side of Evos Phoenix.
Yes, and like I said, this is a team that loves to drop into a zone where the revival point is nearby. If they take a bad fight, they can immediately bring their teammates back into the midst of it all and try to get the man advantage. But it looks like they don't need it for now as they get the first kill onto members of Team Loud. And that's going to leave the Brazilian team a little bit hurt, I gotta say. They're going to have to retreat from their favorite, command post.
Not going to be a problem for them, but speaking of problem, it kind of seems as though Evos Divine is going to find himself in a little bit of problem, as now it is going to be Mineros Esports that have decided to come knocking onto their doors. But we are going to be seeing a little bit of a turnaround indeed, as now Mr. 05 comes in to clutch. Abax doing whatever that he can as well, as they manage to bring 3 members down onto the ground, kneeling, and they are unable to fight back. There's nothing that is going to be helping these Mineros Esports players from getting back up on their feet, at least for now.
Yeah, Abax there. He was just trying to save some ammo, using a melee to just finish up the rest of the fight. But that being said, they are down but not out as we move into this phase of the circle, which I think is very critical, right? It's about making a decision of where you want to set up posts, where do you want to make it a town. And as we say that, a lot of fights across the rest of the map, as well as revivals coming in from teams that kind of got taken out early. But we still have all 12 teams surviving here in command post. We do see the Cruz, who loves to take the high ground and just try to be that eagle eye for his team. Try to scout out the surrounding to see which teams could be nearby and how they can approach the fight.
Evos Phoenix, they are setting up shop inside of command post. No one is gonna get close to them at this point in time. Every single one of these teams that decided to get themselves into command post decides to just run away, do what they can, and just stay alive. As you can see, the members from Vivo KEYD, they probably have understood the statement, the mission, and that is to be staying alive. They are already inside of this current circle, so there's no reason for them to start a fight, especially since they are already at the top of the leaderboard. They can look up for more fights in a while later.
Yeah, Vastomundo finding them very comfortable in Santa Catarina, which we saw them do the same in the previous Kalahari map. And we're starting to see Farang make the first aggressive transition from the first phase of the circle. They're traveling now down to confinement, where we do see fights really happen around there. So, I think that's going to be the case for a while, as attack all around once again dropping straight into the center circle, which is their comfort zone. Like I said, very contrasting playstyles between the two Thai teams, but both playstyles seemingly to work out for both.
And now, Dashgotch, he's finding himself in not a really good position. He found himself with the glue walls completely detached and away because of the type rhythm that was thrown over to his side. The one thing that saved him, after all, it is going to be the time turner. He's going to be safe and sound, at least for now. But the members from Attack All Around has got him in their crosshairs. They are not going to be keeping their eyes off of him. Even if the crosshairs is not in there, it is going to be the third-person point of view to help them get that information.
Yeah, unfortunately for Loud, they are still on the edge of command post, and that means that Evos Phoenix might just scout him out if he's not too careful. In fact, he is sandwiched between 2 of the Thai teams. Attack All Around Evos Phoenix. Boy, that must be a nervy situation to be in. But he doesn't have the map like we do, so he doesn't know it just quite yet.
They definitely don't just yet. Mineros Esports, they are hiding themselves inside of a refinery. Definitely something that we have been expecting. They are always jumping in the refinery. But Farang Esports, they are the one that always goes over the refinery as well. But they have decided to change things up all the way. They do not want to jump in the same place as Mineros Esports. So completely understand that. A couple of teams are actually still outside of the circle. They do not want to get themselves into any unfortunate scenarios. And so far, from all of the games that we have witnessed so far, the team fights will only start pouring in from 9 minutes in, but But the main fight of it all, where the pandemonium occurs, is where 12 minutes happens.
Yeah, look at the leaderboard right now. Total domination by both the Evos' team, right? With MRO5 standing at the top with 3 kills. The rest pretty stacked up between 2 and 1. And speaking of them, well, look at that. Joanna finding themselves a kill. And unfortunately for Loud, they are down to a final member, K17 there. A bit unfortunate.
Jonah's working his way. 1 kill for him. Moshi 1 kill. Getbu also have got a single kill to his name. They are all pretty happy with what they have gotten so far, but they have got more to their name. They know what they are capable of. They know that they have got the mechanics. They got the micro, they got the macro. They will do whatever that they can to wipe out the entire server out of the board just to get more points, because they know they are at the top of the leaderboards. They do not need those kills, but hey, it helps a lot to suffocate those people that are under them.
I think this is where things get a little bit nervy for the teams that are on the bottom half of the leaderboard in terms of total number of points. Because they know they need not only kills, but also to secure top positionings. If not, the Booyah to actually claw their way back into a better position to try to challenge for the top half. So I think this is where we could see things get a bit grindy, teams kind of just waiting it out, not take unnecessary fights, and we're starting to see that from teams on the bottom half. Like we said, Loud, unfortunately, not the perfect performance now. You got Echo Esports, who were coming in hot in the plains, but not so hot into these games.
Well, eventually, the next circle will be the end of some of these teams here. Is it going to be Echo? Is it going to be Loud? Or is it going to be Team Flash? Because right now, we've got most of these teams that is actually outside of the circle. They will eventually want to make their way into the circle. But speaking of in the circle, Attack All Around doing exactly what we have seen all time. They're always finding themselves in the center of the circle. They don't give a single care in the world as to where they are. They will just make their way right through the center. It's an aggressive, it's a bold play. But it works, because no one is gatekeeping them. No one is stopping them at all.
Yeah, the only team that's really close to the position right now is Wask. We know, yes, they have the potential to take team fights, but they've been losing quite a bit as well. Talking about team fights, Echo in one of their own.
Is it really going to be the time for us to witness a team fight here? It could very much be. The flash freeze just going to be popped right onto Umbach. But General, he decided to go for a pincer with a grenade right behind of him. Brings him down almost immediately. But there's going to be the time turner coming from the side of the Vivo KEYD members. The rest of them floated right out. They tried to go for the chase. They're racing after the rest of the members from the side of Echo, and it doesn't seem like things are going to be working so well for them. As such, Echo Esports finds themselves eliminated at game number 5. As Vivo KEYD, they are not stopping at all, because they are just breaking through like an Olympic diver.
Perfecto coming out from Vivo KEYD. That was as clean as a team fight as you would hope for from a really good team that takes fights just like them. They were lackluster in the first half. Yes, they did get 1 Booyah, but they're stepping it up now in Kalahari. And looking at the kill leaderboards, it's 4-4. Tied number of kills between Vivo KEYD and Evos Divine. And I gotta say, Vivo KEYD, they are a team that you can't count out just yet. The fact that they managed to get 1 Booyah means they have the potential to just kind of repeat that feat.
Vivo KEYD, they are a team that really love to play in the center of the safe zone only after the 5th circle. So they will always willingly give Attack All Around that center part of the circle at the early start, right? Just take it. But when the 5th circle starts to appear, roughly around that time, it will be about 13, 14 minutes. And that is when Vivo KEYD comes online. They know that they want to take the control, and control it is. Break down any people that comes in, and they will be on a tear.
Circle update right now, moving into Santa Catarina, who attack all around now, reaping the benefits of moving in early. Now teams like Team Flash, Wask, who are now cut out of the rotation, means they have to fight this tough battle against the Thai team. And, well, I can't count with how many fingers, I gotta say, but less than 5 times that I've seen the team manage to take a fight to attack all around and manage to win it. So, can someone break that track record? I don't think so. I just don't see it. They're just so strong at holding the ground.
They are strong. They will always find themselves in unfortunate situations because they have involved themselves in a fight. And then they just can't get themselves out of that right after that. So this is all about vouchering. This comes down to third party. They need to understand if whether they can take the fight or not. But they are Evos Divine after all. They understand what are their immediate threats. They will deal with it a while later if they feel that, yeah, now is not the perfect time. But ultimately, you're only limited to an amount of information that is available over to you. So given that situation, if I feel that is right, I'll go for it. Anything after that, it's just unfortunate.
And now Vivo, a rather team flash and a bit of attack as Mineros Esports, they want this hub for themselves. Time attack around all of these places, right in the midst of it. Oh, a lot of people being missed. Jota with that shotgun, and not only that, swapping on the submachine gun as well, getting 2 knocks for himself. And Team Fed tries to show a grenade. Is it good enough? Yes, he knocks down Brian right there. Can Mineros Esports clean up the rest of the fight as Team Flash are down to the final member, and they're trying to close into this hut.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be working very well for both sides, though. They have managed to suffer quite a bit of casualty. Hoda, he finds himself Sliver, and it doesn't seem like he will be able to work quite well. He's currently in a critical state. How about Fede? He's still shooting right down on the glue walls. Shin, in between of it all, he's currently unable to do anything. He's being comfortable inside of the glue wall, but the rest of the members coming from the side of Mineros Esports, they're probably going to be running on the mission like a man possessed. But will that actually be possible? The amount of glue walls, just way too much. How about Type Rhythm? Unavailable! So the only way that they will be able to do anything at this point in time is just going to be working his way. But Shin, he took the small little opportunity. He found himself a shot down onto Hoda, brings him down almost immediately, gets himself in the medkit up, and he's going to be staying alive in the final part in that team fight. 1 versus 1, the last remainder of that encounter.
Yeah, Fade here, unfortunately, odds initially in his team's favor, but in Mineros Esports, they got taken out in a flash, no pun intended, by Team Flash themselves.
Yes, that was good. In a flash, I'll give it to you, alright? But at this point in time, we're starting to see 2 members that are going to be eliminated by the play zone. Look at that, the Storm, they're just taking the lives of so many. They're all bleeding right off every single orifice of the body. Lost finds himself eliminated as well. Attack all around, they are still in a very good position as they eventually would try to make their way into the next part of the circle. But remember what I said, it is Vivo KEYD. 5th circle on, they will move on to the next. And unfortunately, while all of that was happening, Loud has been eliminated.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the Brazilian team right there. A rough start at the first half of the circle, running straight into Evos Phoenix at command post, and eventually running out of luck as the circle will claim the remaining members' life. And now it's all down to Mineros Esports as well as Team Flash, who 2 of them, they still have 1 member remaining. But for Evos Phoenix, they have 3 kills on the board. Not the best, but still doing very decently as Vivo KEYD finding themselves at the top of this hut.
Because it seems as though the pandemonium is just going to be appearing right on this tower. How is it gonna be? Because Wask, they're joining into the team fight. There's so many people just around here right now. Attack all around. 1 of them already destroyed, but how about the rest? It is going to be Foki eventually making his way down to 1 of the members from the side of Wask. They are witnessing 1, but not 1 only. The rest of the members from the side of Wask is now going to be eliminated. But unfortunately, death from above. Hoysung is currently going to be on the other side of the ridge as you will be finding a little bit of more shots over to the side of Vivo KEYD. They found 1. They found a couple. They are all on the 2nd floor. Foki is still down. How about Guerrero? Not too sure about his current understanding. But Mineros Esports, V Gaming, they're both down in the western part of the circle. We are still witnessing way too much action to go about.
Evos Divine now joining into the fray of it. Guerrero in a very tight spot, but he's buying in time. The glue wall pops up and immediately taken out as well. And here comes the rest of Evos Divine. They are hungry for kills, and here they are. Gabu coming in from the side, trying to buy Evos Phoenix some time as 2 versus 2. And I have absolutely no idea whose favor is going to turn out. But here in the open ground, Modestia from Vivo KEYD comes in. They have a total of 8 kills. Somebody stop them!
Vivo KEYD, 8 kills. They're still gonna be moving right along. They are the victors of this pandemonium tower. But unfortunately, will they be able to get themselves away from all of this? That is the question. It's now double Riptide Rhythm flying over right on the beyond. That is going to be Evos going down for it all. have Vastomundo. They have a total of 7 kills. They're hiding themselves. They're setting up shop right inside of Santa Catarina. In the center of the circle, they're taking control of it all. None of the teams are going to be fighting against them because unfortunately for both Evos Phoenix as well as Vivo KEYD, they are all very, very wounded. Handicapped it all. 2 teams left. There's no way that Vastomundo will even lose this part of the game.
And here it is, the first Booyah of the day. They were the underdogs and they finally achieved that Booyah. What a perfect play from them. A little bit of luck, but don't count them out just yet.
Booyah! Coming to the side of Vastomundo, representing the Europe region. The players, they had sheer determination and they went through it all. They broke through like the Olympic diver and they sliced everything like the shredder. Let us take a look how they executed it in this highlight. Game number 5 concluded with a booyah! Going over the side to the European region, Vastomundo. They conquered it all, and after 4 games, they finally found themselves with the booyah that they've been vying to have. Their dominant gameplay for Game 1 to Game 4, well, it has been consistent to a certain extent. They found themselves in 3rd place after Game number 3. I gotta say, they are looking pretty darn good, especially after getting this booyah.
Yeah, they had a little bit of luck on the side, but don't get me wrong, that was by no means an easy feat for them because they still had 2 Thai teams alive in there. Fortunately for them, Evos Divine coming in to third party that fight for Mineros Esports and Evos Phoenix, who unfortunately took too long to kind of conclude that fight up. Storm took a lot of HP, and eventually it was down to Vivo KEYD to try to go up against the wall of odds, but Vastomundo, they made it into the circle. They were just camping it out, sniping from far, and eventually getting their booyah.
That is one thing about playing passive and going into the circle. This is where Vastomundo utilized their aggression and defensive mechanism at the same time. They understood what it means to be using a hybrid strategy, changing it up in the middle of the game. When do you play aggressively? When do you play defensively? That is exactly what Vastomundo keyed themselves upon in game number 5, getting themselves a total of 21 points.
The rest of the teams not too shabby themselves. Vivo KEYD, like I said, unfortunate that the circle was pushing behind them, but they still secure a sweet 17 points in 2nd place. Evos Divine and Evos Phoenix both share the pot with 15 points between themselves. Mineros Esports with 5 points, or rather 5th place with 9 points. V Gaming in 6th place with 8 points, and over to lower half of the bracket, we do have Attack All Around 7th place with 8 points. Team Flash in 8th place with 6 points, sharing it with Wask with 6 points themselves as well. Farang in 10th with 1 point, Echo Esports with 1. Loud, unfortunately, still at the bottom with 1 point.
Boy, as much as I want to talk about Loud, what exactly happened to them? That is a very big question. Perhaps we can talk a little bit more about this in a while later, because at least when it comes down to the overall standings, Loud is at 8th place with a total of 35 points. But let us shift gears a little bit and take a look at the top of the brackets with Evos Phoenix at 91 points, a whopping 25 points above above of attack all around with 76 points. Vastomundo shortly coming up on that point, third place with 61 points. And, well, their point system is looking pretty darn good. Evos Divine, 54 points. Shortly after that, Vivo KEYD as they dropped down to, well, to 5th place, but they did manage to go up a little bit after getting themselves the 2nd place and quite a bit of kills. V Gaming, 47 points.
And now we're on to the bottom half where things look very grimy for the teams right there. Team Flash with 7th with 36 points. They do bump themselves up one spot, but just not enough. And well, for the rest of the teams, there's nothing really much to say. Hopefully they do improve. But speaking about improving, finally clinching his first MVP of the day is MR5 with 4 kills from Evos Divine.
Mr. 05, he knew what he wanted to do. And Evos Divine, they are not going to disappoint us at all. They have showed exactly what it means to be strong. And like I said, Evos Divine, it is time for you to shine, and the time is now. Game number 5 went well for them, but not exactly the answer that they want. It's a booyah that they really want. Perhaps game number 6 is going to be the one for them.
And now on to the kill leaders. Like we said, Mr. 05 here with 4 kills of his own, and sharing the rest of the podium is Vivo's KEYD's General as well as Vastomundo's Crusher with 3 kills each.
Well, we do have 3 different teams that are on the kill leaderboards. I'm pretty happy to see this variety of the team. This pretty much means that we do not have a very top-heavy team. This is great. Unlike the previous games where, well, Evos Phoenix just kind of did everything. They just killed everyone, did whatever they want, being the kill leaders on top of it all. Well, it is a great show, but this is a better show.
Well, enough about the kills, enough with the flashy plays. Let's look at the key players for game number 5. Luca, 5 assists. Date God with 16 glue walls destroyed. And sharing the stage with them is actually Shin from Team Flash with 28 glue walls used. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's the most anyone is used out of every single game.
I think so.
Yep, and last but not least, to make onto that podium, or rather, you know, kind of that key player list, is Team Evos Divine's Abax with 1,532 damage blocked.
Well, it's all about the time turners. It is all about the retired rhythm. But let's not forget that glue wall usage is of course very important. If you remember, Shin is the one that have barricaded himself in the small little corner of a house using so much glue wall. There was nothing that the opponents could do. Even if they have a fresh pair of scissors, they can't slice it through. Even if they have a shredder, they can't slice it through as well. There's no way to take control of Shin, and he took himself in a very unfortunate situation, made a small little avenue for the opponents to get through, get him down with a single shotgun, kill him, pop another glue wall, he's safe and sound.
Yeah, I love that execution as well, and to believe that that actually happened, like in a split second as well. You know, what are these players thinking? You know, what are they actually feeling? The thoughts that are going through their head to actually not only just take the fight, but also use whatever they have in their advantage. And like we said, every single action counts right now. We're down to our final game, and I gotta say, both Thai teams looking very comfortable in the first and second place.
They are very comfortable indeed. Last game, what does it mean for all these Thai teams? What does it mean for Vastomundo at 3rd place? What does it mean for the rest of the people at the second half of the leaderboards?
And well, we'll have to find out, but first, a short little break. Go get your toilet breaks because we'll come back soon.
no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes that you're hiding is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. We will be heroes. Let the
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes that you hide is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes that you hide is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise.
Alright, survivors! Welcome back to the final game of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa!
Once again, here we are at the final game of the day, the final game of the Grand Finals. And my name is Aris, Customs Like Me is one and only Abstract. We had an amazing amount of action that has happened in the first 5, but here it is, the very final one. Who will eventually be crowned the champion of the Free Fire World Series 2022?
The amount of booyahs that has been going around has been of quite a variety, and I am absolutely loving it. But despite the fact that we are starting to see more teams getting themselves booyahs, it doesn't stop Evos Phoenix from putting themselves a league above the others, and that is definitely something that we have to admire.
Yeah, I gotta say the consistency is scary. Like, you know, every single team is trying to knock them off the perch, and I gotta say, they're still looking very, very strong. Even in game number 5, which they unfortunately got knocked out earlier towards the final circle, they still have enough points because of the momentum that they got in game 2, 3, and 4 to put themselves at the top.
It is all about, oh, okay, maybe not all about momentum, but momentum does play a very big deal for games, right? Game number 1, it didn't really quite work out that well for them, but like you said, game 2, 3, and 4 was definitely something that really got them riled up. Game 2, boom, boom, pow, boom, shakalaka, they got themselves kills and kills and kills, and eventually get themselves even more booyahs. Yes, last year, they got themselves 4 booyahs, this time 2 booyahs. It pretty much shows the amount of, the level of competition is slowly but surely rising, but that's not gonna be stopping them just yet.
Yeah, we're down to a final game, and I gotta say, yes, they look comfortable, but just slowly creeping up the leaderboards, consistently banging around there is none other than the other Thai team, Attack All Around. They've only gotten themselves 1 booyah, but because of the consistency and the high volume of kills they've gotten across the 5 games, they find themselves not too far off the top.
This is another version of a pressure cooker that I have never seen before. I thought that the MCP majors are slow enough, but I am so wrong! Because when it comes down to the Free Fire World Series, all these teams out there, they knew exactly what is at stake. They can't possibly just run out in the open and expect that, hey, I'm gonna get a kill on these dudes because this is my turf. In Free Fire World Series, nowhere is a turf. Anyone can come over and take your spot away and try to take you down.
Yes, and other than the 2 Thai teams, I gotta say some of these other teams are still in the race because we got Vastomundo in 3rd place. I know they're your favorites, and I gotta say they did really, really well in Kalahari, getting themselves the first booyah and now bringing their total number of points to a tally of 61 points. And not too far off them is actually Evos Divine in 4th place with 54 points.
Well, let's not forget about the fact that Vivo KEYD, they are extremely impressive in all things considered. With 1 booyah to their name, they have 49 points and not just too far away. V Gaming, 47 points. So this final game could really make it or break it for Vivo KEYD, for V Gaming. In fact, for a lot of these other teams here below of Evos Phoenix. There could even be a possibility that Evos Phoenix can be dethroned by Attack All Around if they do not get much points in the final game and then Attack All Around pops off.
Yeah, that being said, no matter what happens in this final game, I'm pretty sure that at this current moment, the Thai fans are loving it.
They love it!
Both Thai teams at the top. Look at them. They look so comfortable. They don't look like people who are actually challenging for a $500,000 at the top spot. They look like they're in the zone. They look comfortable. They're like, yeah,
at home.
You know, been there, done that. We're sure to do it again.
Again and again and again. That is the spirit of the Thai teams. They are not going to be stopping at all. But you know what? Vastomundo from the European region, as you can see on the screen right now, they look pretty chill as well. They probably just gonna go through a couple of stats and going on and on. They know that their 3rd place could either go up or very, very possibly go down. They can't possibly come down to flop at this very moment in time. They're holding the ground. They might play defensively this time just to hold onto the ground, but unfortunately, I gotta say, they gotta hold on to that aggressiveness that they have shown us the entirety of today. Play aggressively, positions aggressively, and only turn to a defensive side when you absolutely need to.
Yeah, well, heading into the final game, we talked about a plethora of teams, we talked about the strategies. Well, Abstract, if you, and only you, are one of these head coaches of Attack All Around or Evos Phoenix, what is your message to them?
I'm still gonna be saying exactly what I said to Hola. Right at this point in time, turn up the hype. Let them know that they are the best. Bring their morals up and let everyone know the wrath of your team. And this time, get the booyah.
Absolutely fantastic advice, if I may say so myself. But now, I gotta say, for the rest of the teams, fight is not over just yet. Even if you can't get that crown or that top spot that champion title, there is still a lot of prize money that you're fighting for.
So
each
much.
position that you jump up, it's a life-changing amount.
It is a life-changing amount. There's so much money involved. Come on. At this point in time, just work your way around, play what you can, work what you can, and we will all enjoy it all together, be it at home, be it in Sentosa, whatever it is, wherever you're watching. This is the point in time where you use the chat box when you're at home. Let us know which is the team that you're rooting for, which region you're from, and let us know and paint the entire chat box with your cheers.
And here we are down to the final game. Now let's take a look at some of these teams which we thought would be doing really well. We talked about Team Loud, right? They came in as the top seeded team from the Brazilian region. They look really strong. You know, they had this really good teamwork and communication going around to just try to go in and finish. But unfortunately, in today's games, we did not see that happen. They were playing very reservedly, which was very, very odd, because we thought that they would go in, be comfortable, and play to the style which is aggressive.
Let's not forget that Loud has been compared with Evos Phoenix time and time again.
They were the two favorites.
They were the two favorites. They are hailed as second to Kings. But unfortunately, this time, it's not really working that well for them. That could be a possibility that the Thailand region has just been upping the stakes of the game, and they know exactly what is at stake. They know how to play things out, but hey, it is not about a region. Vivo KEYD, they have been pushing themselves high above everything else. They know what they've been working with. They have been practicing. They have been playing. They have been showing everyone how it is to play Free Fire. And here we go, preparing in the flight of game number 6. We are going in for the final game. And now, everyone, everywhere around the world, it is time for you to bear witness. Who is the last and the last team to take the final booyah here in Purgatory?
Final of the day, final of the calendar year as we head into Purgatory itself. And for the very last time, let's take a look at the flight coming in from campsite, dropping all the way to Crossroads. The blue zone is currently at Ski Lounge, and we do see Vivo KEYD actually being one of the first teams to actually drop down right onto Forge.
Forge is definitely the place where we expect Vivo KEYD to be. But what about Wask? They are nowhere to be seen. There are a couple of teams that naturally head over to places that we don't see. Wask made their way over to the southern side, over to Lumbermill. Echo, they usually head over to Central. And let's not forget, we have Vastomundo. I don't see them anywhere around Central. It kind of seems like we may see some change. And Wask as a new kill leader, it kind of seems as though they have managed to get themselves a single first kill down on the V Gaming. This could very much shake the competition if Wask actually were to bring down V Gaming so early into the game.
Yeah, they're going head-to-head immediately with Wask drawing the first blood, and Van Tam is the victim of that. Now, the rest of the teams, they do have time. There is a vending machine nearby if they need to buy the teammate out, but it's still early in the game. The revival points are up as of now on Lumber, where we do see Binshu trying to buy some time as the rest of the team try to pick up, but Dark Love with the grenade launcher, Dowley goes down.
This is the point in time where we can expect Wask to play their hearts out, because they are now playing aggressively like what we would be expecting from them. Their region plays a lot more onto the far range combat. Tanya finds himself knocked down first in place. Now Dark Love immediately ran his race right in front of Zyzox, brings him down almost immediately with 2% down onto the ground, or rather all down, I would suppose. Wask still have a couple of members remaining. Is he going to be playing the safe route, or is Mr. Ali gonna fight back for his team?
Darklove is just insane with the grenade launcher. 3 kills by himself, playing super aggressive despite having a low amount of HP. And now he's gonna seek for cover and hopefully be able to buy both Binshu as well as Tanha out.
The amount of utilities that they have is close to nothing. Dark Love, he only just gotten himself the first aid kit, so there's no way that he can continue to take up a fight. Farang themselves, not exactly in the best situations as well. They are severely handicapped, I would say, with two of the members already down. Jambal is pretty darn close to a single one of that revival point, so if he really wants to go over, shouldn't be too big of a problem. But now, the circle, it pops. It's going to be onto the western island where we have Vastomundo, Evos Phoenix, as well as two of the members of Farang hiding in there very aggressively. And on the other edge, we have two more teams.
Yeah, this could be a defining circle right here because we know that Attack All Around loves to play in the middle of it. And guess what? It's actually Evos Phoenix that is currently there right now in Marble Work. So if Attack All Around moves in really quickly and runs into Evos Phoenix, that could be the crowning moment. Whichever teams go out first, the other team is going to have a very huge chance of, crowning, or rather taking the crown and the title of being the best team in the world.
Let's not forget, when it comes down to the playstyle of Evos Phoenix, they are territorial, but they are also a relatively slow team. They will prefer to stay in a single spot unless forced otherwise, so maybe that situation may happen. But for now, we're going to be shifting our sights right onto fields as Evos Divine, one of the members, Mr. 05, found himself in an unfortunate situation. Sam 13 finds himself all the way at the top of this ridge, raining lead from above. He would want to land a couple of shots of the members from the side of Mineros Esports while Abax completely alone. The only thing that he have is going to be a single shotgun. He did manage to bring Hoda down, but Sam 13, what can you do at this point in time? Only to try to go for an execute, but that's not gonna work, buddy. That's not gonna work. Where's Beyond? That is the question.
Well, unfortunately, he will be running away from the fight as Evos Divine. They know that they have a very bad spot that they are playing for. And unfortunately for them, not the start that they want. But over to the positives, we do see V Gaming here, getting a better position, trying to claw it back up. They need those points, whatever points they can get to improve the positioning. And whereas for Fixer 03, look at the damage he's done so far. 467, nothing to really shout about, but still impressive given how early the game is.
It's currently 5 minutes into the game. The first circle is just starting to close out. 12 teams still remains, but when it comes down to number counts, only 43 members remain. When it comes down to how many people can come back into the game, that is going to be the next question, as now the storm slowly envelops the entirety of Purgatory, forcing teams that are not inside the safe area to make their move soon. And within just a short course of time, we're starting to see Attack All Around making their way to the center part of the circle, right as Aris said. And for Evos Phoenix, they're still somewhere inside of Marble Works, where Loud has now managed to avoid them, at least for now.
Yeah, they could play passive if they want, but now onto the southern end of the circle. Vastomundo is actually really close to Farang, right at the top of Mount Villa. And well, Farang has yet to buy out the remaining two members that they lost in the earlier firefight. So if Vastomundo take the fight right now, they are in the advantageous position where they could find themselves two valuable kills. Remember, they're in third place with 61 points. That's not too far off Attack All Around.
That's the buyback. That's the buyback that we're looking up for. If Vastomundo were to keep their eyes up into the sky, they may very well be able to know that Farang or one of these teams is actually pretty darn close, and they don't have a lot of utilities for one another. And you know what? We do have a devil in the midst. As Farang now finds himself in the midst of the danger zone, it is not going to be good for them. But Vastomundo kind of seems as though they are in for the danger. They would want to get themselves inside of it all. If they were to move any more towards the eastern side, they might very well meet up with Pablo as well as Jambal.
And on to the eastern end of the fight, Team Flash fighting it out with Vivo KEYD for the control and the rights to enter in the middle of it all. While Mineros, well, they're taking a little bit of a long trip alongside with Evos Divine coming in for Mood House. They got all the time in the world. They got afterburner effect, so they don't really have to rush in. It's only the second phase where, it's kind of negligible if you have the afterburner.
If only they have Master of All. I've kind of been hyping that up for many times, but unfortunately it's not quite made to meta just yet, but I'm still gonna say it anyways.
Well, he's trying his luck.
I'm trying my luck. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I love K, okay? I play K. And I really love playing the outsider circle. I'm not a very aggressive player, mind you, so I just like to play in the outsider circle, get myself the EP, and just take the storm. I'm not bleeding in every orifice of my body. My EP is keeping me alive.
And now General taking his team on the right. It's Vivo KEYD will cover some ground to make the win circle. Lucre is dropping all around the map right now as we do see Vivo KEYD finally finding themselves at the edge. I think this is a perfect play for them. I don't think they will be in trouble too soon if they actually know it. But Team Flash moving in, they want to take control of this bridge, which is going to be a key point in time because teams starting to move in from the northern end as well as the east might find themselves getting gatekept by Team Flash.
Information has been found. Modestia, they know exactly where their opponents is and they are going to be gatekeeping inside of the bridge. Are they going to be going to the bridge? That is the question.
Yeah, Team Loud though, they could mess it up for Evos Phoenix. Yes, Evos Phoenix looks really strong, but if they get taken out by Loud, that's going to put attack all around in a prime position to actually claw those valuable points to try to overtake the reigning kings of Free Fire World Series. And I gotta say, Team Loud, don't count them out. Yes, they haven't been performing so far, but they have the firepower to take this fight.
Oh, Wask! They're going to make their way right onto the bridge in the southern side that connects the southern island and the western island. This is not going to be putting Genius in a really good spot. Mr. Ali as well as Dowdy is eventually going to be making their way through the bridge as well. But they decided to go another way. They understood that that bridge is going to be a danger zone because there's way too much people that are just going to be guarding this area. Jumble lobbing a little bit of this grenade. Dark Love understood his mission. He's just going to be working on that. There's the Charge Buster trying to land on top of Jumble, but unfortunately not going to be working that out very well. Bingsu, he tries to go for a flank. He's trying to get the kill down to Jumble, but this front liner is not going down just yet. The back liners from the side of Farang, they're giving a lot of suppressing fire, and that is how they're being able to bring down Dark Love because of that Charge Buster. And Farang, Gaming, they are going to be the first team that will be eliminated in game number 6.
That was an unexpected fight coming up for Farang. They had one member that was actually isolated from the rest, and that was Jambao, but he bought so much time as V Gaming were lost. They tunneled vision and they got punished so badly.
That was tough for V Gaming. They are having the spot being compromised right now. It is going to be tough, but we'll take a look at that a while later because in the northern part of this current circle, boy oh boy, things are going to get dicey as we have quite a couple of teams here. Evos Phoenix as well as Loud, they are now teetering on a breaking point. Any sound that they make, every lead that they shoot out right out of the barrel of this gun is going to alert the hordes around them, and that is going to be K1 that started the first fight onto Moshi.
Well, not exactly the best fight at Evos Phoenix, and how important this is for attack all around, they do not know, but the gods are currently in their favor as Evos Phoenix finds themselves being pushed the walls behind their backs.
This is gonna be tough. We only have one team eliminated, and there's another team that needs to suffer the fate of having no placement points at all. Which is going to be the team is kind of hard to say, as now is 11 minutes into the game. A lot of these teams, they are pretty safe and sound, at least for now, but they can hear the whizzes, the sound of the bullets going past of their heads. They don't know if whether the shots are even going to land, but Mr. 05 is going to be the first one to be receiving those shots, and so will the Cruz, as he finds himself knocked down by K1's grenade, leaving Jonah, the last member left, coming from the side of Evos Phoenix.
Wow, what an unexpected turn of events. Loud here, landing attack all around, a helping hand. And now Mineros Esports and Joanna gets removed as well. Noda, this could be the moment that we've been waiting for.
The kings of the kings, they found themselves eliminated right here, right now. It is going to be tough for them because they gotta have to hold themselves at the top of the spot. Teams, they gotta have to know what exactly is happening here. But do they really know that they are already being eliminated with no placement points at all? Now, Flash finds himself eliminated at the 10th place.
And now with each team that bows out, it's even getting better and better and better for attack all around, who is still surviving really strong. And the second, Luca 04 getting the knockdown, and Farang, oh goodness.
the far range fight that we are gonna be seeing from the side of Vastomundo. They're hitting themselves all the way at the southern part. In the meantime, attack all around. They have also finding themselves a couple of shots down onto the members from the side of Evos Divine. It kind of seems as though the members from Evos Divine are not gonna be working very well as well. Hoysang finds himself, landed one shot, but unfortunately, critical state of health. He's not gonna be getting himself away at this moment in time. But Abax knocked down. Mr. 5 also gonna be down. It kind of seems as though Evos Divine is gonna be putting themselves in the very best spot, but before they even go down just yet, it is going to be Mineros that finds themselves eliminated at number 9.
And now looks like Foki, they know it. They're getting momentum in right now. Was 8th team, but it doesn't matter. Look at the Thai team right now. 6 kills on the board.
Attack all around is going to be the next eye that we're gonna have to look up for. Evos Divine finds themselves eliminated now at number 7. And now attack all around, they are definitely gonna be the next person that next team that we're gonna be keeping our eyes on because they have a lot of kills. They are currently seated in 2nd place, and they are gonna be the one and very possibly the one that could be able to overtake Evos Phoenix, dependent on how well they do in this game. They just need 20 odd points or somewhere around that point, and that is how they will be able to catch up. But the question is, will they make it?
15 to be exact. Before the beginning of this game, attack all around were only 15 points behind Evos Phoenix, and that looks like a very viable number they can get, especially with Evos Phoenix getting eliminated right here. But now let's take a little bit of a step back. Let's bring it all in. This could be a very defining moment, like we just said over and over again. Circle closing in, and it's Echo Esports that actually find themselves in a very unfamiliar position, but a comfortable one where they are in the midst of it all.
6 teams left. We have a couple of teams that's going to be finding themselves in the center circle, and that is going to be Echo Esports. The fire through the silence of the horizons. People are knowing that the fact that Echo Esports is in the center. But before anything happens here, it's going to be Loud, making a Loud close to an exit out of this game. It is not quite there yet. There was still one more man that's just going to be hiding himself right around Marble-Works. K1 is going to be the last member remaining. Will he be able to get himself away? And that is going to be a no! Loud finds himself eliminated at 6th place. And things, the fight, the energy, the pandemonium is starting to rise up to the action.
But now does his raining bullets on the members attack all around. They can catch no rest. Yes, they were perfect with the AWM, but now do they have enough glue walls to actually buy themselves time into center circle? Foki dropping very, very low. And unfortunately for AAA, they get knocked out as Echo Esports take revenge.
The Thai teams, they're all knocked down. There is going to be a small little gap in between. Does AAA get it? That's the biggest question. I don't know about this, but there's another team that they are in the running right now. They are in the western part of this current circle. Vastomundo, all 4 of them still alive, completely ready with utilities, with glue walls. They are all ready and raring to go. With a total of 4 kills to their name right now. All they gotta do is take control of the center part of the circle, and would that mathematically work for them? That's the question.
Well, it will remain to be seen, but look at the killer, but look at that Hoysang as well as JLX with 4 and 3 kills respectively, leading the kill leaderboards. Is that going to be enough though? Because like we said, 15 points is what they were looking for in order to overtake Evos Phoenix.
Right now, it is going to be Farang trying to make their way in. They have managed to survive right through so many other teams as Vastomundo slowly, eventually make their way. Echo, they're doing a really good job at trying to lay out on the members for the side of Vivo KEYD, but I don't think that it's going to be that easy at all. We do have another one and another one. We are looking at the rest of Vastomundo just going to be holding on to their ground as much as possible, but take a look at this. A very sneaky shot, a very sneaky play down the southern side of the circle. You can see a little bit of that. Look, he finds himself. Ew! He was found by the members from the side of Vivo KEYD. Now, we have Vastomundo with only 3 members left. They are going to be fighting against with Echo Esports is currently 2. And Vivo KEYD, all 4 of them is still alive, hiding themselves inside of the trailers.
And Kiba now buying himself time, like you talked about it, the glue walls. This is where it all comes to play. The grenade launcher from Kiba gets more than down onto the floor. He's down but not out just yet. And now Blazer will have to come to the rescue of his teammate as Luca gets knocked out. And Vivo KEYD, Fortress, they actually get another knockdown, bringing their total kills up to 9. And Killings with General is just on fire.
And now we have a couple of members that almost, or rather a lot of these teams that will be clashing against one another. This is the clash of the Titans. How is this gonna go? You can't see that shot. They're all gonna be knocked down. But Circle, how is it gonna be like? We only have Vivo KEYD, the last team allowed for the final mission possessed it just like that. Brazil, they have gotten themselves the final game. And that is what we are looking for from Vivo KEYD.
2 booyahs, tying it up with Evos Phoenix, who share a total of 4 booyahs among themselves. I gotta say, Vivo KEYD, no matter what happens, no matter how the final results do stand, Brazilian fans, be proud, because these are your representatives.
They are literally conducting a medley of death. They are not gonna be stopping at all. And Vivo KEYD, they did whatever that they could and made their way all the way from the end to the start. Or rather the other way around, the start to the end.
That was insane, I gotta say. That final circle, it could have been anyone's game. You saw Luca from Vastomundo making a very sneaky rotation, but unfortunately he was actually scouted out by none other than General, who took that shot, boom, immediately knocks him down, and eventually it was all but an easy feat as Vivo KEYD looked to close that game out.
It is now the moment that we are asking. How is the status like? How is the placements like? Attack all around? Vastomundo? Or perhaps Evos Phoenix? Or maybe Vivo KEYD?
It's tough to really say because the points from 3rd to 5th place were so close, and I'm not gonna call anyone out just yet. Things are looking really spicy, but the job has been done. Now all the players can do is just hope that the numbers work in their favor.
They're just gonna sit tight, wait tight, and see how it's gonna be like. But the match standings is gonna tell us one half of that story. So pull up Game 6 standings, where Vivo KEYD finds themselves with 24 points to their name. Attack all around, 16 points. 16 points.
And not only that, Vastomundo got 14 as well. Plus the fact that Evos Phoenix at 0. So there's gonna be a really good possibility that Attack All Around could be your new champions, but I'm just
Are they really the one?
I'm not gonna jinx them.
Well, I'm not gonna say anything just yet.
Gonna wait for the final tabulations to take place because we know that the Thai fans are revving up right now. No matter what happens, they have a very high chance that it could be back-to-back Thai champions.
I mean, right now it may not be back-to-back Evos Phoenix, but this will make a stance as to how the Thailand team shapes the entirety of Free Fire Esports. Because if the if last year is the Thailand team that won, this year the Thailand team won again, that is going to be a massive statement.
Imagine what a story this was for Attack All Around. They were 2nd in their region. They came into the play-ins. It looked impossible. They were going up against all these big boys, and now they have a very good chance. But looking at the total standings, 12th to 7th place, you got Wask with 29 points, Mineros Esports with 11th place with 34 points, Team Flash in 10th with 37 points as well, tying it up with Farang in 9th place, who climb up a little bit of a performance, I would say, and Echo Esports in 8th with 38 points, Loud in 7th place, 46 points.
That is not the answer that I was expecting from some of these teams. But how about 6th place? It is V Gaming. Even though they got knocked out pretty darn early, they still managed to hold their ground, clutch it out. 51 points to their name, no booyah, but 5th place.
Evos Divine, unfortunately getting knocked down a little bit of a purge from the 4th place that they were at before Game 6, but still a respectable finish without a single booyah, but 27 kills and 60 points.
4th place goes over to Vivo KEYD with 2 booyahs to their name. They have a total of 73 points, and they show the competition what it is like. Yes, they may be the 2nd of the Brazilian region, but they beat Loud in the world stage. That's what it matters.
That is a respectable finish coming out from the Brazilian teams. But here we go, drum roll for the podium finish. It's none other than your favorite Vastomundo coming in 3rd with a total of 75 points and a booyah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the biggest question is in place. Which of the Thailand team is the one that will take the crown here for the Free Fire World Series 2022? It's Attack All Around!
By just 1 point, they are your champions. They came in. This is a perfect ending. Oh my goodness, Attack All Around. Congratulations, Charmaine. Take it away. Thai fans, rejoice. This is your moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the Free Fire World Series 2022, give it up for Attack All Around! Oh my gosh, the feeling, come on down here, gentlemen, well deserved, look at that, giving each other the hugs, oh my goodness, what a moment. These guys are taking it all in. Come on down here, gentlemen, lift that trophy, it is all yours, look at that. Come on here, everybody in the arena with us. A warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Attack All Around, your champions, your world champions for 2022. Oh my gosh. 1 booyah and a kill count of 42. Come on down here, gentlemen. Oh, look at that. A warm embrace, amazing. An amazing moment. Taking it all in. $500,000 richer. Well done, please. If I could invite you to take your places. Oh, well-deserved, amazing stuff. Oh my gosh. Are they really? They had 1 booyah, but they were consistent throughout. Look at that. I feel your heart pumping. I can feel it from all the way here. Amazing stuff. We do have an MVP, and the MVP, please step forward, is none other than JLX. Your MVP is JLX. I'd like to invite, of course, we're about to present you with a medal right now. Amazing stuff here. Look at that, so well deserved. I'm feeling the joy here pumping on stage. I feel it, I feel it. Look at that, a beautiful medal that we're going to be presenting to you. Congratulations, it is yours. Wear it with a lot of honor, of course. Come on, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP, JLX, well-deserved, amazing, amazing stuff. I have so many questions. The fans watching have so many questions. Everybody is here supporting for you. And of course, before we get to that, I do want you to lift your trophy. We'll step aside here. Gentlemen, maybe now is the moment. They are going to be lifting that trophy. I'd like to invite you to the back all together. This is the moment, kissing it. $500,000 bragging rights as the world champions right now. Let's lift that trophy together in 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, lift it right up. Your world champions for the Free Fire World Series 2022. Taking on bragging rights, top of their game at the moment. Amazing stuff. Congratulations, well done. So happy, great teamwork. Look at that, lift it up, lift it high. You're the top of the world right now. Show the world what consistency is all about. Amazing stuff. Taking turns to kiss that trophy. Amazing. I have questions for you, so if you don't mind, gentlemen, bear with me. Oh my. Please. Okay, I have some questions right now. Talk to me about how it feels right now to be world champions.
มาขอคนหนึ่งรู้สึกไงที่เป็นแชมป์โลกแล้วมาเอาจูได้ไหม
ดีใจครับอันดับแรกก็คือดีใจแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ติดตามเชียร์พวกเราครับดีใจมากตำแหน่ง MVP ก็ดีใจครับไม่คิดว่าจะเป็นพวกเราด้วยซ้ำครับเกือบเกมสุดท้ายคือลุ้นมากลุ้นแบบจนเกมสุดท้ายเลย
So they're so happy about it, of course, and they're so thankful for the fans that supported them for ages until now. They didn't expect to win until the last game, and yeah, it was like a hayway ride for them.
Talk to me about the strategy going into that last circle, that final circle.
แผนตอนวงสุดท้ายนี่เป็นไง
ก็คือตอนวงสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้นี้ก็พยายามโฟกัสเล่นแบบเท่าที่เราเล่นได้ครับก็ไม่คิดว่าเราจะเป็นแชมป์ด้วยซ้ำเพราะว่าตัดใจไปแล้วแต่ก็ยังพอมีลุ้นๆอยู่บ้างอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับลึกๆ
So they went through with the strategies they had in the first place, and actually in their mind they forfeited the hopes of being a champion because of the gap of the scores. But yeah, in the end it turned out well for them.
Yes, absolutely, and what a moment to be taking all in. Which team surprised you throughout this final?
ทีมไหนที่แบบว่าเห็นแล้วแบบเซอร์ไพรส์ที่สุดแบบทำให้เราตกใจได้มากที่สุดอ่ะ
ทีมอีโคครับทีมจากอินโดนีเซียเพราะว่าตอนซ้อมเราไม่เคยยิงกันเลยแต่ว่าวันจริงเรามางัดกันอะไรเงี้ยครับ
แล้วเป็นไงผล
ก็ผลก็พวกผมก็ชนะครับก็ได้มายืนอยู่ตรงนี้
So it's Echo Esports from Indonesia because during the test, the scrims, they did not face off at each other at all. But well, they meet up now, and well, they put up a challenge, but they still won.
Absolutely, and congratulations. Now we've had fans follow from all around the world. What have you got to say to your supporters and to the fans watching us on the live stream right now?
ขอประโยคหน่อยให้กับผู้ชมทางบ้าน
ก็อย่าทิ้งความฝันเพียงเพราะไม่มีใครไปเป็นเพื่อนครับ
It's kind of a saying. So basically, don't give up hope just because no one is there for you, but you can just keep continuing.
Don't give up hope, be consistent. Ladies and gentlemen, they are your champions. Attack all around. Well deserved. Thank you so much for all your energy. A massive congratulations yet again, going home with bragging rights, $500,000 richer today. Thank you so much for watching, from all of us coming to you live from Singapore, from our casters. We had Iris, we had Howler, we had the amazing Jean as well. Amazing stuff. Charmaine signing out from Singapore. Thank you to Garena for making this happen. We'll see you at the next Free Fire World Series. Signing out.
Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish you. I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.